For over 40 years, the world of Transformers has been giving us stories not just about heroes and villains, but about power, leadership, and the cost of believing you're right. Today, through characters like Optimus Primal, Megatron, and others shaped by war and ideology, we explore what happens when conviction hardens into belief, when loyalty replaces judgment, and when control is mistaken for order. You can listen all the way through, or let this play in the background. Each chapter stands on its own. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of Transformers. Please enjoy, and as always, stay handsome. Optimus Primal didn't become a leader by winning battles. He became one by deciding who would carry the cost. And more often than not, that cost was himself. Because the instinct to protect others kept putting everyone in danger. I learned that lesson the hard way, the night I realized something I built was hurting the people who depended on me. By the end of this, you'll understand why leadership isn't about winning, and why doing the right thing can feel exactly like failure. This is Disassembled Heroes and Villains, and this is the story of Optimus Primal and the price of choosing responsibility over your own ambition. Optimus Primal was never supposed to be a war leader. He wasn't forged for conquest. He wasn't built to command armies. He wasn't even meant to fight a war at all. Primal was an explorer. His mission wasn't domination. It was discovery. To observe, to learn, to return home with knowledge, not victory. And then, everything went wrong. The moment the Maximals crashed into a hostile world, leadership stopped being optional. No reinforcements coming, no time to wait until someone more qualified stepped forward. Someone had to take responsibility, and Primal stayed. That's the part people miss when they talk about leadership. It doesn't arrive when you feel ready. It arrives when walking away would cost too much. Primal doesn't step up because he's confident. He steps up because if he doesn't, everyone else pays for it. That's the difference between authority and responsibility. Authority wants preparation. Responsibility demands presence. Again and again, Primal is forced to lead not because he has all the answers, but because hesitation would be fatal. Every decision carries weight. Every mistake costs lives, and every time he doubts himself, the burden doesn't disappear. It just waits. That's how responsibility works in the real world too. Most men don't become leaders at the moment they feel strong. They become leaders when something fragile depends on them. A family, a livelihood, a future that doesn't care how prepared you feel. Confidence comes later, if it comes at all. What matters first is staying. Staying when you're unsure, staying when you're exhausted, staying when the outcome isn't guaranteed. Primal never pretends he's fearless. He questions himself constantly. He weighs every choice. He absorbs the doubt so others don't have to. That's the quiet truth about leadership. Responsibility doesn't ask if you're prepared. It asks if you will stay. Stay when it's uncomfortable. Stay when it's unfair. Stay when the cost keeps rising and the reward stays unclear. Optimus Primal doesn't lead because he was ready. He led because someone had to. And sometimes, that's the only qualification that matters. But staying is only the beginning. Once you accept responsibility, a harder question follows: how you carry it. Because leadership isn't just about showing up. It's about deciding what kind of strength you're willing to use once you're there. Power offers faster rewards. Protection demands slower ones. And Optimus Primal learns very quickly that the strongest choice is rarely the most forceful one. There's a version of leadership that looks impressive from the outside. Decisive, dominant, unapologetic. It ends problems quickly, it silences oppositions, it leaves no doubt about who's in control. And in Beast Wars, that version of leadership is always close at hand. Optimus Primal is surrounded by violence, surrounded by enemies who believe strength means domination, and that mercy is just another word for weakness. Again and again, Primal is offered the easier path. Use more force, strike first, end the threat permanently. Even when it would be justified, even when it would be effective. But Primal refuses, not because he lacks power, but because he understands its costs. True strength isn't measured by how much damage you can deal. It's measured by how much damage you're willing to absorb so others don't have to. Primal constantly places himself between danger and his crew. He takes the hit first, he stands in the open while others regroup, he becomes the shield, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary. That choice looks inefficient. It looks risky. It looks like weakness to anyone who confuses dominance with control. And that's where Dinobot enters the picture. Dinobot isn't chaos. He isn't cruelty. He has a code. Early on, Dinobot is given the chance to end Optimus Primal, not through battle, but through circumstance, and he refuses. Not out of mercy, not out of protection, but because a victory without honor means nothing to him. The moment matters, because it proves restraint doesn't come from weakness, it comes from values. But here's the difference. Dinobot's restraint is personal, Primal's restraint is positional. Dinobot protects his code, Primal protects his people. And Primal understands that ending a threat the wrong way, even if it's effective, changes what kind of leader he becomes. Because winning at the cost of your values doesn't make you strong, it just makes you faster becoming someone you don't recognize. It's the tension at the heart of leadership. Power solves problems immediately, but protection carries consequences indefinitely. In real life, this shows up everywhere. At work, when intimidation will get results faster than patience. At home, when anger would feel more satisfying than restraint. In leadership, when forcing compliance is easier than earning trust. Force creates obedience, but protection creates safety. And safety is fragile. It requires vigilance. It requires restraint. It requires choosing not to escalate when escalation would feel good. Both Dinobot and Primal understand something many leaders don't learn until it's too late. If you lead through domination, you teach others to fear you. If you lead through protection, you teach them to trust you. But trust is expensive. It drains you. It slows you down. It puts the weight on your shoulders instead of others. And that restraint, that constant choice to absorb danger instead of unleashing it, eventually costs Optimus Primal everything. Absorbing damage works. It works when you're strong. It works when you're present. It works when you can stand between danger and everyone else. But eventually, every leader reaches a moment where being the shield isn't enough anymore. Because the real test of leadership doesn't come when you're standing in front of the threat. It comes when you're not there at all. When Optimus Primal is removed from the fight, something important happens. Nothing collapses. There's no panic, no chaos, no desperate scramble for control. Leadership continues. And it's not an accident, because Primal never built a system that only worked if he was standing at the center of it. This is the moment many leaders fear most. The moment where you're forced to step away and find out whether what you build can survive without you. For Primal, this isn't a failure of strength. It's a test of design. Rhinox steps into his role exactly as you'd expect. Calm, measured, prepared. Rhinox represents intentional trust, the kind of leadership that's earned long before it's needed. Strategy over impulse, stability over spectacle. Primal trusting Rhinox isn't weakness, it's foresight. It's proof that leadership isn't about doing everything yourself. It's about knowing who should carry what weight when you can't. The leadership isn't always passed to the perfect candidate. Sometimes, responsibility spreads wherever it has to, and that's where Rat Trap comes in. Rat Trap doesn't step up because he's confident, he steps up because someone has to. He's imperfect, he doubts himself, he complains, yet still, he acts. Not brilliantly, not heroically, but enough, and that's the point. Leadership doesn't require dominance, it doesn't require perfection, it requires presence, distributed across people who were trusted before the crisis arrived. This is where many leaders get stuck. They confuse responsibility with control. They believe that if they aren't personally involved, everything will fall apart. But control isn't responsibility. Control is fear disguised as importance. Because if everything collapses without you, it's not leadership, it's fear. Fear of being replaced, fear of being unnecessary, fear that letting go means losing purpose. Real leadership does the opposite. It prepares people to act without you. It allows others to carry the weight. It accepts that outcomes won't always be clean, but they'll still be shared. Primal doesn't lose authority when he steps away. He proves it was never about dominance in the first place. That's the part most leaders don't see until it's too late. Sometimes, the hardest thing isn't standing in front of the danger. It's stepping back and trusting that what you built can stand on its own. That's a lesson I didn't recognize as a leader when running my comic shop, until holding on started costing me everything. There was a night, I worked late in my office for the comic shop while my newborn was asleep in the room next to me. The lights were still on in my office, orders half packed, invoices open on the screen. Nothing was wrong, not technically, but nothing was moving unless I moved it. If I didn't pack the orders, they waited. If I didn't answer messages, they stacked up. If I didn't post, promote, plan, or fix something, nothing happened. And I remembered realizing something quietly unsettling. Everything I built only worked if I was holding it together. At the time, that felt like responsibility. I told myself this is what leadership looked like. that if I just worked harder, stayed later, carried more, eventually it would stabilize. I wasn't chasing ego. I wasn't avoiding effort. I genuinely believed that keeping control meant keeping everyone safe, my family, our future, the dream I had committed to. So I held tighter. I stopped delegating things that could have been shared. I absorbed stress instead of distributing it. I convinced myself that exhaustion was the price of commitment. And from the outside, it looked noble. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, the cost showed up. Not as a catastrophe, but as erosion. I was present everywhere except where I mattered most. Mentally occupied, always almost done, always one more thing to fix before I could rest. The shop was surviving, but I wasn't building something that could survive without me. That's when the truth finally surfaced. What I called responsibility was actually fear. Fear that if I stepped back, it would fall apart. Fear that trusting others would expose weakness. Fear that letting go meant I had failed. But control isn't leadership. It's a self-made prison, and you're the only one inside it. I wasn't protecting my family by carrying everything alone. I was teaching the system to depend entirely on me. And systems like that don't grow. Eventually, they collapse. The realization didn't come with relief. It came with grief. Because walking away, or even loosening my grip, felt exactly like failure. It felt like admitting I wasn't strong enough to make it work. But staying was costing me everything. My energy, my presence, my ability to lead anything beyond the next emergency. That was the moment I finally understood what Optimus Primal was teaching all along. Leadership isn't about being indispensable. It's about building something that doesn't break when you step away. And learning that lesson didn't feel like victory. It felt like loss. It felt like heartbreak. Before we go any further, if you ever carried something longer than you should have, if you've ever confused holding everything together with leadership, if you've ever wondered whether letting go meant you failed, then you're exactly where you're supposed to be. This is Disassembled Heroes and Villains, not a show about winning, not a show about power fantasies, but a place to examine the figures we mythologize. Heroes who choose restraint when domination would be easier, leaders who carry responsibility long before confidence arrives, villains who mistake certainty for strength and collapse underneath it. Throughout this year, we're tracing a single question across characters, worlds, and moments. What kind of person are you becoming when no one is forcing your hand? We'll explore that tension through figures like Spawn, Captain America, Doomguy, and others who discover that doing the right thing often feels like loss before it feels like meaning. So if these questions matter to you, if you're trying to build something that survives you, subscribe. You're not late, you're not behind, you're right on time. Up to this point, we've talked about responsibility as something abstract, a burden, a system, a cost. But responsibility doesn't stay theoretical for long. Eventually, it takes shape, a face, a name. And while that shape looks different for everyone, the pressure feels for me, that responsibility changed the moment it stopped being optional. In my case, that responsibility took a new shape when I became a father. Not because fatherhood is the highest form of leadership, but because it stripped away performance entirely. There were no metrics, no milestones, no applause for getting it right, just presence and fear, a lot of fear. That kind of fear that doesn't paralyze you, but never leaves. The fear of failing someone who didn't choose to depend on you, and that fear surprised me. I thought fear meant weakness. I thought worry meant doubt. I thought confidence was the thing leaders were supposed to project. Responsibility taught me something different. Fear doesn't disqualify you. It clarifies what matters. Because when you truly don't care, you don't worry, you don't hesitate, you don't feel the weight. Worry is often the cost of caring deeply, and that's something Optimus Primal understands better than most leaders. Primal isn't fearless. He doubts himself constantly, he questions his decisions, he carries the weight of every loss, but he never disappears. He stays present, even when he's unsure, even when he's damaged, even when the outcome isn't guaranteed. That presence is what holds everything together, not his strength, not his authority, not his power. And that lesson extends far beyond fatherhood. It applies to anyone carrying responsibility they didn't fully ask for. A business, a marriage, a team, a family, a calling that arrived before you felt ready. We live in a culture obsessed with performance, with optimization, with looking like you have it under control. But responsibility doesn't ask for performance, it asks for presence. To show up tired, to show up unsure, to show up without answers. Because the people who depend on you don't need perfection, they need you to stay. That's the quiet truth at the heart of leadership, and the part no one advertises. You don't become responsible by being confident, You become confident by staying responsible long enough to change. Responsibility reshapes you. It sands down the ego, it exposes fear, it replaces ambition with stewardship. If you let it, it turns fear into humility, worry into vigilance, and pressure into purpose. Optimus Primal doesn't lead because he's the strongest in the room. He leads because he carries the weight and refuses to set it down, even when it costs him. And that's the kind of leadership that doesn't just win battles, it builds something worth protecting. All of this, the fear, the restraint, the staying, it can sound abstract, noble even. But leadership isn't proven in a video essay, it's proven in practice. So before we close this out, it's worth asking a more uncomfortable question. What does this actually require of you when no one is watching, applauding, or keeping score? Optimus Primal doesn't teach the leadership through domination. He teaches it through burden. That distinction matters, especially for men, because most of us were taught, implicitly or explicitly, that leadership means control, that strength looks like certainty, that hesitation is weakness, that carrying the weight means you're doing it right. Primal shows us something harder. Leadership isn't dominance, it's restraint. Not the absence of power, but the discipline to choose when not to use it. Real strength includes knowing when force could solve the problem faster, and choosing not to take that shortcut, because shortcuts leave wreckage. Sacrifice doesn't mean failure, it just feels like it in the moment. Walking away from something you built, letting go of control, choosing the long path when the short one would make you feel powerful. None of that looks impressive from the outside, but that's the work. Carrying the weight is the role. Not because you're the only one capable, but because someone has to absorb the cost. Primal doesn't lead because he's fearless, he leads while afraid. He doesn't win because he's dominant, he wins because he stays present long enough for others to stand. That's the part worth sitting for. If you're exhausted, that doesn't mean you're failing. If you're worried, that doesn't mean you're weak. If the responsibility feels heavy, it's because it's real. That danger isn't feeling the weight. The danger is confusing the weight with your worth. Leadership doesn't ask you to be indestructible. It asks you to be reliable, to show up, to absorb the pressure, choose protection over pride, and to stay long enough for something stronger than you to take shape. That's what Optimus Primal teaches. Not how to command, but how to carry what matters without becoming the thing that breaks it. I'm still terrified of failing the people who depend on me. That fear hasn't gone away. If anything, it's sharper now, quieter, heavier. And Optimus Primal didn't teach me how to get rid of it. He taught me something far more important, that fear isn't a flaw, it's a signal. Because the absence of fear isn't confidence, it's distance. Primal carries doubt with him into every fight, every decision, every loss. Not because he's weak, but because he understands what's at stake. Responsibility doesn't make the fear disappear, it gives it a direction. It teaches you that worrying doesn't mean you're failing, it often means you're paying attention, that staying present matters more than looking powerful, that showing up imperfectly matters more than performing perfectly, that carrying the weight is the role, whether you ask for it or not. Leadership doesn't eliminate the fear of failing others, it teaches you how to live honestly alongside it. So if you're tired, if you're worried, if you're quietly asking yourself whether you're doing enough, you're not broken, you're carrying something real. And the men who worry about failing are usually the ones carrying it the most. So I'll leave you with this. Who depends on you, and how are you showing up for them? Not when it's impressive, not when it's rewarded, but when it's heavy. That's where leadership actually lives. That's where the story ends, and where the real work begins. If this conversation stayed with you, if it made you pause or rethink a moment you once justified, I'd genuinely like to hear it. What part of this episode hit closest to home, and why? Drop a comment, let's keep this conversation going. And if you want more episodes like this, where we break down heroes and villains not to admire them, but to understand how the stories we grew up with shape the people we become, make sure you're following Disassembled Heroes and Villains right here. So stay thoughtful, stay grounded, and as always, stay handsome. Soundwave didn't begin as a legend. He began as a watcher, not through fire or fury, but through the art of surveillance, observing and noting the movement of friend and foe alike. To understand how Soundwave became the quiet shadow of the Decepticons, we must return to the two earliest blueprints of his character, the original G1 cartoon and the Marvel Comics run of the Transformers. And while both present different versions of the same character, the core themes of obedience and control are already baked into his circuitry. In the original G1 cartoon, Soundwave is Megatron's most trusted agent, not because of charisma or battlefield prowess, but because he listens with quiet intent, serving as the team's communications officer. He intercepts enemy transmissions, deploys his cassettes as recon drones, and acts as Megatron's internal security system. He doesn't just execute orders, he facilitates Megatron's ability to lead, like a nervous system, feeding information to the brain. Soundwave transmits, decodes, and redistributes everything, in a hierarchy built on domination. He's the invisible web that holds it all together, and in doing so, Soundwave becomes a fixture of Decepticon command. From the very first episode of More Than Meets the Eye Part 1, Soundwave distinguishes himself through the loyalty and tactical precision. When the Decepticons hijack the Ark and crash on Earth, it's Soundwave who's tasked with designing plans for a new space cruiser and directing the mission to gather supplies, sending Rumble to attack a nearby power plant to gather materials. His role is never questioned. He is trusted to gather intel, dispatch Laserbeak or Ravage for recon or intimidation, and ensure operations run smoothly. Throughout the cartoon's multi-season run, Soundwave is consistent, unchanging. While other Decepticons quarrel, betray, or disobey, Soundwave remains. In the arc The Ultimate Doom, where Megatron executes a plan to bring Cybertron into Earth's orbit, risking planetary destruction, Soundwave never flinches. He activates satellites, monitors feedback, and ensures Megatron's will is executed, even as the planet trembles and shakes beneath him. His reliance on the cassette core only deepens this connection. Laserbeak is often his eyes in the field, deployed for surveillance and reconnaissance. Ravage infiltrates enemy bases and executes sabotage. Rumble and Frenzy shake the battlefield itself. Each cassette acts as an extension of Soundwave's will, tools of information, misinformation, manipulation, and brute force. While each has a unique personality, even they are rarely addressed as individuals. They are part of Soundwave's arsenal, not his family. He deploys them with the same cold precision that defines him, but this loyalty comes at a price. Soundwave's personality is nearly erased, acting as a tool for Megatron, akin to how his cassette core are his tools. His voice, mechanized and monotone, communicates efficiency, not emotion. He's not asked what he thinks, he's asked to obey, and the more he serves, the less he is seen as a being with thoughts and feelings, and more as a function. This theme is reinforced in the Marvel Comics continuity, where Soundwave's loyalty, while still intact, is depicted with more nuance and sometimes manipulation. In the Marvel Comics series, Soundwave rises to power not just as Megatron's subordinate, but as a stabilizing force during a leadership vacuum, when both Megatron and Shockwave vanish following failed missions. Soundwave doesn't seize command with force or flair. Instead, he operates from the shadows, coordinating communications, relaying orders, and ensuring the Decepticon war machine continues without collapse. He isn't ambitious, he's essential, and his strength lies in preserving Megatron's legacy, not replacing it. He doesn't lead from the front, he stabilizes from beneath, threading the Decepticons together with a constant pulse of information. Where others fight for the throne, Soundwave keeps the throne from collapsing. However, his actions are calculated. His command over the cassette core is equally present in the comics. Laserbeak and Ravage are deployed to hunt and interrogate, and Rumble and Frenzy often serve as his enforcers. He uses them as extensions of himself, rarely speaking unless necessary. They are his network, a web of surveillance and control. In later Marvel storylines, Soundwave is manipulated, even hypnotized, but never broken. He adapts, recalibrates, and continues. The machine marches on. Later, when Grimlock reclaims leadership of the Autobots, and the factions descended to chaos once more, Soundwave begins to see the cracks in Decepticon unity, but even then, he plays his role, managing information, coordinating forces, and adapting to every new leader. When Ratbat assumes command, Soundwave adapts. When Starscream rebels, Soundwave adapts again. So whether it's G1's emotionless efficiency or Marvel's strategic manipulation, Soundwave begins as the ultimate follower. He gives up his voice, he molds his identity around a purpose, and in doing so, he becomes indispensable, but increasingly invisible. In these early incarnations, Soundwave doesn't just follow Megatron, he becomes the infrastructure of Megatron's power. The question isn't whether Soundwave is loyal, it's whether he knows how to be anything else. Soundwave began as the communications backbone of the Decepticons, but in the aligned continuity, he became something far more chilling, a ghost in the system. To understand his evolution, we must follow the signal back to Cybertron, before the war reached Earth. Before the silence of Soundwave and Transformers Prime, there was the storm of war. In War for Cybertron, Soundwave stands as a frontline instrument of Decepticon power, calculated, commanding, and unflinchingly loyal, voiced with chilling reserve. His function isn't to dominate with strength, but to ensure the Decepticon hierarchy remains intact. He commands troops, deploys his cassettes, and oversees communication networks with unerring precision. In a world drowning in chaos, Soundwave is Megatron's constant, gathering intelligence, suppressing resistance, and directing battle strategy without personal ambition. By fall of Cybertron, the planet is crumbling. The Autobots are planning their escape aboard the Ark, and the Decepticons race to intercept. Here, Soundwave's role escalates. He coordinates the launch of the Nemesis, pilots operations against the fleeing Autobots, and maintains control as Starscream's insubordination begins to stir. His loyalty is unquestioned, his methods unrelenting. When Bruticus is deployed, when Shockwave experiments with the Insecticons, Soundwave remains at the center of the web, ensuring every strand leads back to Megatron. But the real evolution comes in Transformers Prime. Gone is the voice, gone is the ego. What remains is control. This Soundwave is nearly mythological in presence, voiceless, faceless, and feared. He doesn't speak, he doesn't need to. Every tilt of the head, every silent stare through his face screen evokes unease. He is both intelligence officer and executioner, drone commander and digital wraith. From the very first moments of Darkness Rising, Soundwave is watching. He hacks military satellites, eavesdrops on government channels, and deploys Laserbeak without needing orders. By Part 3, when Starscream attempts to cover up Megatron's death, Soundwave plays back the recording with quiet authority, exposing the lie and reminding everyone, including Starscream, that he sees everything. He is Megatron's insurance policy, his black box, his executioner in waiting. In episodes like Sick Mind and TMI, Soundwave enters directly into the fray, protecting Megatron's dormant body and extracting dangerous data from captured Autobots. His role is always active but never attention-seeking. Then in episodes like One Shall Fall, as the Decepticons clash with Optimus, Soundwave is the constant guardian, ensuring the bridge between order and collapse never falters. But when challenged, he does not flinch. When dealing with Arachnid, who tries to usurp authority in Crisscross, Soundwave punishes her without a word, sending Laserbeak to incapacitate her and deliver a message of silence, more deafening than a shout. But his fellow Decepticons are not the only ones that catch his in tunnel vision. He faces off against Wheeljack and Raph, demonstrating not only brutal combat efficiency, but an eerie calm. He doesn't taunt, he doesn't gloat, he fights like a program, executing a kill command. In the episode Out of the Past, Soundwave tracks and captures RC and Cliffjumper, displaying not only tactical acumen, but sheer ruthlessness. When Wheeljack's past catches up in Conjob and Loose Cannons, Soundwave is often behind the scenes, tracking, listening, preparing. When Soundwave battles Smokescreen and RC aboard the Nemesis during Megatron's resurrection, his presence on the ship is that of a sentinel, one who never rests. In other exploits found in the episodes like -1 and Persuasion, he helps recapture Autobot fugitives and reasserts Decepticon control. His loyalty to Megatron never wavers. Even when Starscream plots and Dreadwing questions, Soundwave simply obeys. Yet, it's near the end of the series he meets his end not in defeat, but in exile. Thrown into the Shadow Zone, a dimension of phasing silence, Soundwave vanishes, but never dies. He simply waits. And when 2015's Robot in Disguise begins, that patience pays off. For most of the series, Soundwave is absent, but never forgotten. Whispers circulate. The war is over, but not everyone has fallen. In Season 2, his return is chilling. Freed from the Shadow Zone by a malfunctioning ground bridge, he emerges warped by dimensional exposure, but unbroken in loyalty. Even after Megatron's fall, Soundwave continues the mission. He hacks systems, sends coded messages back through space, and begins constructing a way back, not to conquer, but to reconnect. In Portals, he manipulates events from the shadows, pulling strings through Bumblebee's team and the Autobot base. In Worthy, Soundwave nearly escapes the Shadow Zone entirely, only thwarted at the last moment. But what stands out isn't just his tenacity, it's that he has no personal goal. He's not seeking power or vengeance. He wants to fulfill Megatron's old mission, no matter how long it takes. Even after the war, even after abandonment, Soundwave remains loyal. His design in Robots in Disguise is sleeker, more alien, stripped of cassette ports and transformed into a spectral wraith with digital weaponry and silent movement. His methods remain familiar: surveillance, sabotage, and silence. But his presence is more haunting than ever. He represents the past refusing to die, an echo of tyranny that lingers long after the shouting stops. In Worthy, his final appearance, Soundwave battles the Autobots one last time. The plan is simple: escape the Shadow Zone and transmit Megatron's signal to any remaining Decepticons. Even now, when corrupted by the Void, Soundwave believes in the cause, and when he is defeated, it's not with fanfare, he simply disappears, slipping back into the silence from which he came. In this final form, Soundwave is no longer a communications officer. He is the ghost of his former self, the last signal of a dead channel refusing to go quiet. He doesn't need to speak, because silence for Soundwave has always been louder than words. In the aligned continuity, Soundwave was a phantom, seen but rarely heard, watching the war from the edges of perception. His silence was power, his presence unnerving. But what happens when that silence is broken? What if, instead of a shadow on the battlefield, Soundwave was a voice among the people, a mind shaped by thought before the war ever touched him? In the initial IDW universe, we meet a Soundwave forged not just by loyalty, but by ideology, and the cost of knowing too much. This is the Soundwave who remembers, and in remembering, changes everything. In most continuities, Soundwave is defined by silence, but in the IDW universe, he begins with a voice and a choice. Before he ever compresses into a tape deck, before the word eject becomes synonymous with destruction, Soundwave is something else entirely: a telepath, a scholar, and a student of systems. And it is precisely because of this identity that his journey in IDW is not just one of loyalty, but one of moral evolution. To understand the Soundwave, we must begin not with the war, but with a curse, the gift of hearing too much. In the miniseries Megatron Origin, Soundwave appears not as a weapon, but as a troubled savant. His telepathy makes him both asset and outcast, and an individual who can hear the darkest whispers of Cybertron's elite, but cannot close his mind to their hypocrisy. Purpose. Not revolution, not chaos, but order. For someone who has heard every lie the elite have whispered, the idea of truth through force is irresistible. This isn't where Soundwave becomes evil, is where he becomes devoted. Decades later, in Spotlight Soundwave, he resurfaces on Earth in the 1980s, no longer a victim, but a strategist. Here, Soundwave is reborn in function and philosophy, cold, efficient, tactical. In this issue, Soundwave confronts Bludgeon, who seeks to resurrect Thunderwing using unstable Ultra Energon, but Soundwave doesn't intervene out of morality. He moves because Bludgeon's actions jeopardizes Megatron's control and the Decepticon hierarchy. Even in opposition, Soundwave acts to preserve structure, loyalty, not ideology or ambition, in his guiding principle. When Thunderwing awakens and unleashes destruction, Soundwave is caught in the blast. He is presumed dead, locked in stasis. While others fight or posture, Soundwave listens. From infiltration through escalation and devastation, his role is subtle but indispensable. He monitors communications, enforces operational discipline, and suppresses dissent. In Stormbringer, he appears briefly, always in the background, never the fist, always the eye. Soundwave doesn't crave power. He ensures it flows uninterrupted to Megatron, and all hail Megatron, the Decepticons abandon subterfuge and wage all-out war. Earth falls, Cybertron is fractured, and Soundwave? He thrives in this new regime of pure hierarchy. He operates as an enforcer and propagandist, policing both internal communications and ideological drift. He doesn't speak often, but when he does, it is to reinforce the chain of command, or to silence insubordination. His silence is no longer defensive. It is weaponized. In the first volume of the Transformers and later in Robots in Disguise, Megatron vanishes. Starscream rises. The old order begins to unravel. Soundwave doesn't seize power. Instead, he disappears into the wilderness of Cybertron's post-war frontier. There, he organizes scattered Decepticons, broadcasts encrypted messages. It begins something unthinkable: education. He recounts stories of the war, not to glorify violence, but to preserve meaning, to give disillusioned Decepticons a reason to remember who they were, not just what they fought for. He becomes a kind of ideological librarian, archiving a fractured legacy. This is the midpoint of his transformation, no longer just a loyalist, but a custodian. In the Optimus Prime series, Soundwave crosses a final threshold. He allies with Optimus. This is not betrayal, it is consistency. The war is over. Survival now depends on collaboration, not conquest. Soundwave's loyalty becomes more abstract. Loyalty to stability, to communication, to peace. He joins Optimus Prime's efforts on Earth, helping mediate conflicts between humans, Autobots, and Cybertronian exiles. While many, including RC, question his motives, Soundwave proves himself through restraint, action, and deep ideological introspection. He listens to refugees. He offers guidance to younger bots, including emotionally volatile characters like Lynx and Needlenose. And although Rubble is more directly mentored by Bumblebee, he acts as a kind of spiritual compass in the background, promoting dialogue over domination. At one point, he tells Optimus, "Words are weapons, Prime. They can also be bridges." This is the moment Soundwave stops echoing Megatron and starts evolving beyond him. In the final arc, Unicron, Soundwave stands with the Autobots. The Planet Eater's arrival unites even bitter enemies. But Soundwave's sacrifice is not simply pragmatic. In Unicron issue 4, as the threat looms, he transmits a galaxy-wide signal that disrupts Unicron's advance, allowing the heroes a critical reprieve. The act consumes him. He dies not by blaster or blade, but by message. His final act is communication, an echo so powerful it disrupts annihilation. And in that moment, his silence becomes resonance, and in that resonance, we hear what Soundwave has been trying to say all along. We are not forgotten. We are still here. Soundwave's arc in the IDW continuity is not one of redemption in the traditional sense. He does not beg for forgiveness. He does not renounce the Decepticons. He never stops being Soundwave, but he becomes something more. A figure who transforms silence from suppression into substance, from avoidance into philosophy, from obedience into wisdom. He is never loud, never brash, but every moment is intentional, every silence chosen. So ask yourself, if silence can be loyalty, strategy, even love, then what is Soundwave, if not the purest echo of Megatron's dream? And if even he can evolve, who else might be listening? Because across the multiverse, there are many Soundwaves, some loyal, some savage, some tragically misguided, but all of them, in their own way, are listening. Before we continue with the story of Soundwave, be sure to hit follow or subscribe on your podcast app if you're enjoying this exploration of Soundwave and his many incarnations. Disassembled Heroes and Villains drops new episodes every week, spotlighting the icons that shape pop culture. Next week, we explore the insanity of Tarn and the Decepticon Justice Division. Now, back to Soundwave. Across the vast IDW universe, Soundwave was not just a warrior, he was a believer, a teacher, a signal. But the multiverse doesn't repeat itself, it echoes. In some worlds, that echo is loyal. In others, it mutates into something monstrous, sometimes a ghost, sometimes a god. So what happens when we peer into these smaller worlds? The fractured timelines, the experiments in tone, the funhouse mirrors of continuity. What does Soundwave become when no one is listening? Not every Soundwave is a philosopher. Not every Soundwave is silent, but across the multiverse, echoes of him persist, shaped by war, by culture, by the medium itself. But each version asks the same question: what is the cost of obedience in a world with new rules? In Transformers Cyberverse, Soundwave doesn't lurk from the shadows. He commands attention, through both ambition and theatrics. Here, he is a high-ranking Decepticon loyalist and battlefield commander, but far from emotionless. His minicons, Laserbeak and Ravage, aren't just tools. They're active, autonomous partners, given strong visual identity and purpose. Unlike the stoic Prime incarnation, this Soundwave speaks, acts, and even taunts. He delights in sonic warfare, directing drones and dissonance like a maestro of chaos. His defining trait isn't silence, it's control. Whether jamming Autobot communications or coordinating precision strikes, Soundwave becomes the voice of Decepticon order, even in Megatron's absence. When Megatron X rises in Season 3, Soundwave aligns with the alternate tyrant. His allegiance, in this world, isn't to a leader, it's to Decepticon supremacy itself. Years earlier, the Unicron trilogy's final chapter offered a unique remix. In Transformers Cybertron, Soundwave emerges not as a warrior, but a sonic specter. Reimagined as a black and blue stealth bomber with DJ-inspired visual cues, the Soundwave speaks in a distorted radio-like cadence, combining static bursts, beatbox fragments, and robotic phrasing. His allegiance to sonic warfare is clearer than any ideological loyalty. He's not heavily featured. His roles center on espionage and artifact retrieval, assisting in the search for the Omega Lock and Cyberplanet keys. Here, Soundwave is more vibe than a voice, a stylized remix of an old frequency, rather than a deep reinvention. The live-action Michael Bay films reimagine Soundwave as something darker. First appearing in Revenge of the Fallen, Soundwave is a satellite in orbit, spying on Earth, intercepting transmissions, and hijacking global defense systems. He never sets foot on the battlefield, but his surveillance is omnipresent. In this role, he becomes a god above the clouds. By Dark of the Moon, he descends to Earth, now transformed into a sleek Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG, cold and unrepentant. He executes prisoners like Q without hesitation. His minicon Laserbeak operates with terrifying autonomy, impersonating electronics, infiltrating homes, and assassinating humans without remorse. There was no growth, no redemption, just control and cruelty. Baver's Soundwave is unfeeling, unrepentant, and ultimately destroyed by Bumblebee, but his legacy lingers. A cautionary tale of what happens when information becomes a weapon too vast to control. In Earthspark, Soundwave exists in a world caught between war and rebirth. His iconic visor and voice modulator remain, but this time, the story is more complicated. Captured early in the series, Soundwave becomes a myth to younger Decepticons like Swindle and Hashtag. When he returns, he doesn't embrace peace, he challenges it. He still believes in Decepticon autonomy and cultural survival, not conquest. His methods remain militant, but his motives are closer to preservation than domination, aligning him more with IDW's introspective rebel than Baver's cold killer. In one standout confrontation, he openly challenges Megatron's alliance with humanity, accusing him of abandoning their shared cause. In this world, Soundwave is no relic. He's a resistor, a reminder that revolutions don't end just because the leader changes sides. Scattered throughout the franchise are experimental glimpses and novelty echoes of Soundwave. In Transformers Animated, he begins as a toy, built by humans, that slowly gains sentience. His design honors G1 roots, but his evolution from accessory to explores the threat of artificial intelligence gone unchecked. Shattered Glass flips the frequency completely, making Soundwave a freedom fighter. He's heroic, speaks often, and even wears a bandana, a tongue-in-cheek nod to rebellion. While entertaining, this version leans into novelty over nuance. And in Transformers Cyber Missions, a web-exclusive extension of the Baver's toy line, Soundwave returns as a stealth specialist, but his characterization is thin, more function than figure, more utility than voice. Each of these Soundwaves offers a different signal, some static, some sharp, some haunting, but all reflect a singular truth. Soundwave is never just the soldier. He is the one who hears, who remembers, who records history not just with data, but with action. And now, a new signal is emerging, one born from the ashes of the old multiverse, and broadcast from a darker, quieter corner of space. In this new world, everything has changed, but Soundwave has returned. But the question is, which version? And what will he become in a universe still learning to speak? This is not a reboot, this is resurrection. Skybound's Energon universe, launched with Void Arrivals and expanding through Transformers, G.I. Joe, and a web of crossover series, presents a familiar war and an unfamiliar key. The Autobots are fragmented, the Decepticons are mythologized, and Soundwave, he is the signal that never stops transmitting. After the arc crashes on Earth, Soundwave is reactivated by Teletran 1, alongside several other Decepticons. Yet, unlike Starscream, who rants and seizes attention, Soundwave re-enters the world with a ghost precision. His first words, Decepticons deploy, come not as a declaration, but as a reflex. This Soundwave is not reflective, not empathetic. He is cold steel, programmed with a singular purpose. He does not lead through charisma or fire. He leads through clarity, an unshakable belief in Decepticon supremacy. From the start, he operates alongside Starscream, coordinating missions with chilling efficiency. Ravage slinks across the battlefield like a living shadow. Laserbeak circles above, his screeches signaling imminent destruction. Rumble and Frenzy remain unseen, but their violent potential hum beneath the surface. As the war escalates, Starscream's recklessness begins to outpace Soundwave's tactics. When it becomes clear that someone must take control, Soundwave doesn't make a speech, he simply acts. He doesn't claim leadership, he assumes it. His demeanor never shifts, whether overseeing sabotage or deploying forces. He moves with calculated pragmatism. In Transformers issues 9 through 12, his strategy sharpens, not towards victory, but towards dominance. He begins laying the foundation for long-term Decepticon presence on Earth, focusing on structure and communications rather than spectacle. Even when Autobots like Optimus Prime reach out in diplomacy, Soundwave offers nothing in return. Not contempt, not rage, just silence. He is unmoved by hope. He is listening, calculating, preparing for orders or for a world where he no longer needs them. The Decepticons begin to splinter. Starscream grows erratic, launching chaotic assaults with little gain. Soundwave, in contrast, fortifies infrastructures, consolidates forces, weaponizes precision. The conflict tilts. The return of Megatron, violent, focused, and unmistakably alive, shatters any lingering ambiguity. Starscream's blunders are no longer up for debate, and when Megatron renders judgment, Soundwave does not protest. He does not flinch, he does not interfere, he listens. In that silence, Soundwave's role becomes clear, not as a usurper, but as the constant, the steward, the signal that waited patiently for its source. He has not been dethroned because he never sat on the throne. He has been reinstated, reconnected. And so, as the Energon universe spirals forward, its alliance is uncertain, its leadership fractured, Soundwave remains what he has always been, the unblinking eye in the storm. Because no matter who commands, Soundwave records, and when history plays back, it will be his voice. Soundwave doesn't need to shout to be heard. He doesn't need speeches, rage, or ambition to command attention. His power lies in stillness, in loyalty that endures beyond logic, and in a voice that only speaks when the message truly matters. Across every continuity, Marvel, G1, Animated, IDW, Prime, and the Energon universe, Soundwave stands apart from the chaos he observes. He's not the tyrant calling for power. He's not the wild card plotting betrayal. He is something colder, something deeper. A presence more than a personality. Function becomes identity. In G1, he is surveillance made sentient, a listener more than a leader. In Transformers Prime, he is the ghost in the machine, silent and omnipresent, where even a single phrase, Soundwave superior, becomes an acknowledgement of total dominance. In IDW, he evolves into something even more rare, a Decepticon who still believes in the cause, even after he stops believing in Megatron. His loyalty is not blind, it's conviction, programmed through purpose, a commitment to a world where the cast-offs, the silenced, and the broken can rise. But that conviction comes at a cost. Soundwave loses his identity beneath the mission. He sacrifices relationships, emotions, and at times, his very autonomy. Whether weaponizing silence on Megatron's behalf, or quietly assuming command in the Energon universe, Soundwave never seeks the spotlight. He becomes the spotlight. When others scream to be heard, Soundwave listens. Where others flinch or falter, Soundwave records. And through him, a theme echoes louder than any transmission. The strong do not always shout. Sometimes they listen. Sometimes they wait. Soundwave represents what happens when purpose becomes weaponized, when belief becomes so strong it erases the self. Because in his loyalty, he enables atrocities. Because in his silence, others speak through him. Because in his restraint, he becomes the hand, not the voice. And yet, there is something noble there too, a consistency, a code, and a faction built on betrayal. Soundwave is the one who never breaks. Even when Megatron falls, even when the war becomes directionless, even when the world stops listening, Soundwave never stops transmitting. He teaches us that legacy isn't just action, it's presence. At the quiet ones still shape history. At the watchers remember everything. So when we ask, what lesson does Soundwave leave behind? The answer isn't in what he says, it's in what he doesn't. Because one day, the war will end, but the signal will endure. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive through one of the most popular characters in Transformers history, the superior Soundwave. Soundwave doesn't shout, he doesn't argue, he doesn't beg for loyalty. He earns it, not through charisma, not through violence, but through unwavering purpose. Across every continuity, he watches, he listens, he endures. In G1, he was the voice that never cracked. In Prime, the shadow that never blinked. In IDW, the believer who stayed long after the cause lost its meaning. And now, in the Energon universe, he returns again, silent, strategic, inevitable. He is the Decepticon, the one who never falters, the one who always remembers. Even when Megatron falls, even when Starscream schemes, even when the war forgets what it's fighting for, Soundwave keeps transmitting. Because in a faction built on ambition and betrayal, Soundwave offers something else: consistency, conviction, control. And that is what makes him terrifying. Not his weapons, not his voice, but his silence. Because silence, real silence, is not emptiness. It's intent, it's pressure, it's power waiting to be used. So if you ever felt like the quiet one, the one who watches, records, remembers, the one who doesn't need to be allowed to be right, then maybe you've understood Soundwave all along. He teaches us that leadership doesn't always speak, that loyalty doesn't always waver, and that sometimes the strongest voices say nothing at all. So stay focused, stay loyal, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, you don't have to be the loudest in the room to be the one they listen to when it matters most. To understand Shockwave is to understand the danger of pure logic when unanchored by compassion or emotion. He did not rise through the ranks by fire and fury, but by calculation and cold, unflinching reason. When the Transformers animated series premiered in 1984, audiences were introduced to a kaleidoscope of characters: noble Autobots, brutish Decepticons, and cosmic threats. But among them, one figure stood out, not because he shouted louder or fought harder, but because he didn't. Shockwave was quiet, deliberate, and utterly chilling. Introduced in More Than Meets the Eye Part 1, Shockwave was left behind to guard Cybertron while Megatron led the Decepticons to Earth, a role he would hold for millions of years. While this might seem like a demotion, it was a position of immense power. Shockwave was not simply a gatekeeper, he was the silent custodian of an empire's heart, and in this silence, his mind worked. Watched, calculated. Though his screen time was limited in Sunbow's series, every appearance was deliberate. Whether he was sending reinforcements through space bridges or reporting Cybertron's status with deadpan precision, Shockwave was portrayed as loyal, but disturbingly impersonal. His voice, monotone and eerie, became a hallmark of his presence. Even Megatron, for all his dominance, seemed to regard Shockwave not as a subordinate, but as a near equal best kept at arm's length. But in Marvel Comics' Transformers series, that quiet equality gave way to something far darker. Here, Shockwave wasn't just chilling, he was catastrophic. From the moment he stepped onto the page in his first appearance in 1985's Transformers issue 4, the tone of the story changed. As Ratchet looked on in horror, the hulking, emotionless Shockwave slaughtered the Autobots. Their corpses hung suspended in the Ark, a grotesque monument to his efficiency. And then, Shockwave did the unthinkable. He defeated Megatron, not in a climactic hard-won battle, but as part of a calculated coup. Tron's defeat was just another variable in Shockwave's equation for dominance. By issue 5, Shockwave had declared himself Decepticon leader, and even Optimus Prime had been decapitated and wired into Shockwave's twisted experiments. With the creation matrix extracted from his mind, Shockwave forged new life forms, the Constructicons and Triple Changers, treating creation itself as just another algorithm to solve. In these pages, Shockwave wasn't just a strategist. He was a cybernetic demigod playing with the lives and sparks of others. But unlike Megatron, whose leadership relied on strength, fear, and charisma, Shockwave ruled by logic, cold, efficient logic. And yet, even his reason had limits. Over time, cracks formed. Ratchet, one of the least combat-oriented Autobots, outmaneuvered him, not through violence, but through insight. In Transformers issues 7 and 8, Ratchet used Megatron's pride against Shockwave, reigniting the rivalry between them. Where Shockwave would use logic and reasoning to calculate probabilities, he could not account for every variable, and in that uncertainty, Shockwave faltered. His arc in Marvel Comics was long and winding. He returned in Transformers issue 24 and 25, attempting once again to seize power. Later issues showed him working behind the scenes, manipulating both factions. Even in defeat, he remained a looming presence, a reminder that the greatest dangers are not always loud. Sometimes they are silent, inevitable. It's important to note how different this was from the Shockwave of the cartoon. In the Sunbow series, loyalty was his defining trait. He obeyed Megatron without question, reporting from Cybertron and ensuring the space bridge functioned properly. But even there, seeds of something deeper were planted. His cold demeanor and emotionless delivery hinted that his loyalty wasn't driven by passion or belief. It was simply logical. So what changed in the comics? The answer may lie in his backstory. In Transformers issue 39, it's revealed that Shockwave believes in the ultimate evolution of the Decepticon cause, not through domination, but through perfection. To him, war is inefficient. Emotion is a weakness. He doesn't crave power to feel powerful. He seeks it because, in his mind and through his calculations, he is the only one capable of wielding it correctly. And yet, for all his intellect, Shockwave underestimates chaos. He cannot fathom the unpredictability of emotion, nor the resilience of hope. And time again, this flaw proves fatal. In both the cartoons and the comics, Shockwave stands apart. He's not driven by pride like Starscream, nor by conquest like Megatron. He doesn't crave status or validation. What he seeks is order, an order only he can enforce. He's a scientist, a tactician, and an ideologue, swearing allegiance to rational thinking. It's his purity that makes him terrifying. By the end of his Marvel Comics run, Shockwave had cycled through roles: leader, usurper, exile, but never vanished completely. Even when off-panel, his presence haunted the narrative, becoming more than just a villain. And in that threat, we begin to see a pattern. From the earliest G1 episodes to his most chilling Marvel exploits, Shockwave evolves not through reinvention, but refinement. Always calm, always calculating, but never quite exhibiting those qualities that allow other characters to appear so human-like. He is not the flame, he is the ice. And in that cold, a new kind of terror waits. But logic doesn't always wear the same face. In G1 and Marvel, Shockwave was cold, commanding, and unmistakably alien, a figure who stood apart from the battlefield, manipulating it from above. But in another universe, one more stylized, more subversive, his logic took a new form. He didn't conquer through force or rebellion, he infiltrated. And behind the visor of an Autobot, he waited. Some betrayals are loud, explosions, declarations, revolts. But others hide in plain sight. When Transformers Animated premiered in 2007, it brought with it a fresh art style and a bold new tone. But perhaps its most subversive twist lay not in action, but deception. Shockwave didn't begin as Shockwave. He entered the series as Long-Arm Prime, a high-ranking Autobot intelligence officer introduced in the second season. With a calm voice, respectful tone, and a reputation for efficiency, Long-Arm quickly became a trusted pillar of the Autobot hierarchy, particularly within the Elite Guard. His word carried weight, his advice was sought, his loyalty was never questioned, and that trust was his weapon. Long-Arm, using the naivete of Bumblebee to his advantage, accused Wasp of being a Decepticon spy, manipulating evidence to ensure his guilt. This wasn't brute sabotage, it was psychological warfare at its most insidious. Wasp was dishonorably discharged, cast out, and branded a traitor by his own kind. But what makes it even worse is what followed. Wasp's mind unraveled. He became obsessed with clearing his name, devolving into a paranoid fugitive. By the time we see him again in Where Is Thy Sting, Wasp is unhinged, his speech erratic, his optics wide with trauma. He blamed Bumblebee for his downfall, unable to see the true manipulator who destroyed his life. Wasp wasn't just framed, he was shattered, and Shockwave watched it all with clinical detachment. The reveal that Long-Arm Prime was Shockwave all along landed like a thunderclap. For nearly 2 full seasons, this monster had sat in Autobot command rooms, advised Optimus, and shaped military policy, all while feeding information to Megatron. The dual role wasn't just clever writing, it was chilling. For a children's cartoon, Animated dared to ask, what if the most dangerous enemy wasn't the one firing the blaster, but the one giving the orders? Shockwave's betrayal wasn't theatrical, it was quiet, a change in tone, a flicker of purple optics. His voice shifted from calm to cold, and the truth set in. The Autobots had been living beside a ghost. And then came the consequences. And this is why I hate machines. Shockwave attacked Ultra Magnus, the Autobots' supreme commander. It wasn't just treacherous, it was vicious. He beat Magnus nearly to death, leaving him comatose and symbolically decapitating Autobot leadership. The attack shattered not just the body, but an entire chain of command. Now exposed, Shockwave returned to Megatron's side and assumed his true form, taller, leaner, with a single red eye and a jagged Decepticon frame. He took charge of cloning operations, engineering an army of protoforms and specialized soldiers. His scientific brilliance wasn't in brute force, it was in building tools, soldiers, pawns. His clones were programmed for obedience, stripped of free will. To Shockwave, they weren't lives, they were assets. This wasn't a mad scientist, this was a military-industrial architect, one who understood that to win a war, you don't just destroy your enemies, you reshape the battlefield itself. And perhaps the most frightening of all, he never lost his calm. Shockwave's deception had lasted for years. He had access to every secret, every plan, every vulnerability. The sheer scope of his infiltration wasn't just a tactical success, it was a philosophical one. It proved that logic, when weaponized, could corrode trust from the inside out. He wasn't driven by hatred, he didn't seek revenge. He simply believed that the Decepticon cause was a more efficient path forward, and he was willing to betray everything to see it realized. And that belief, it wasn't passion, it was math. This version of Shockwave might not have stacked as many bodies as his Marvel counterpart, but the wound he left behind was deeper. Not a scar on the planet, but a fracture in the soul of the Autobot ranks. Because betrayal isn't just a tactic, it's a worldview. And to Shockwave, it is simply logical. But sometimes logic becomes something more than a cold calculation. Sometimes it fuels belief, a prophecy, a purpose. And in one of the most tragic and terrifying arcs in Transformers history, Shockwave didn't just manipulate time, he became its architect. Before the madness, before the mask, before the name Onyx Prime echoed across time, Shockwave was just a student, a scholar with bright ideas, not cold intentions. In IDW's original continuity, the Spotlight Shockwave one-shot introduced him as a scientist conducting experiments on Cybertronian evolution, seemingly devoid of emotion. But that was the present-day version. His past, revealed in the Shadowplay arc, tells a different story. Shockwave once possessed a face, a voice, a soul. He wasn't ruthless, he was idealistic. He didn't want control, he wanted a better future. A student under the mentorship of G-Axis. Shockwave was a rising intellectual, curious, deeply principled, and committed to Cybertronian progress. He sought peaceful reform and transparency. His logic was gentle, even empathetic, a framework for improving society rather than conquering it. And here, he discovered something that changed everything: the Dark Cybertron Prophecy. Long before he became a senator, Shockwave found whispers of a forgotten future, of a great darkness to come, and of a Prime who would return through death to lead Cybertron to salvation. He didn't just read it, he believed it, and belief became obsession. He began to see the prophecy as a scientific inevitability, a formula waiting for the right variables to combine, and from that moment forward, every action he took was to prepare Cybertron, not just for survival, but for ascendance. As a senator, he advocated for long-term prosperity, rigorous oversight of political corruption, and strategic advancement. He spoke out against militarization, functionism, and unethical experimentation. He was trying to prevent catastrophe, but his growing radicalism made him dangerous to those in power, and so they broke him. Through barbaric imperator and the mind-bending effects of shadow play, they manipulated his body, removing his face and hand, and reprogrammed his mind to suppress emotion and free will. What emerged wasn't a scientist, it was a shell, a being of pure logic, stripped of the compassion that once drove him. The Decepticons didn't recruit Shockwave, they inherited him. And with nothing left to lose, he began constructing a plan that spanned galaxies and millennia. Project Regenesis. In Spotlight Shockwave and expanded through Dark Cybertron and its buildup, Shockwave seeded 13 planets with elemental ores, each one linked to a primal force. These ores weren't just weapons, they were keys to rewriting existence. To Shockwave, each planet was a variable, each experiment a proof. He wasn't building an empire, he was perfecting an equation, and once the final result was in place, Cybertron would become something new. His logic was horrifying in its precision, peace through physics, control through chemistry, and his long game, it worked. By the time of Dark Cybertron, his plans had matured. He used the ores to bend time and space, trap enemies in alternate dimensions, and eventually reshape Cybertron itself. His manipulation of the dead universe, Galvatron, and the Space Bridge network culminated in a plan to collapse all resistance, literally. But then, he disappeared. It wasn't until later, after Dark Cybertron had ended, that we learned where he went. Sent careening through time and space after the implosion of a time machine, Shockwave assumed the identity of Onyx Prime, one of Cybertron's ancient mythic progenitors. In this role, he wrote the very prophecy that had once inspired him, completing the time loop. The student became the prophet. The believer became the author, and belief became destiny. As Onyx Prime, Shockwave manipulated Cybertronian civilization for centuries. He orchestrated the rise of the Primes, manipulated galactic expansion, and secretly engineered chaos to accelerate his agenda. The Optimus Prime series would reveal that it was Shockwave, posing as Onyx, who destabilized alliances, reawakened old prejudices, and broke peace with the colonies. And then, when his role as a Prime was no longer useful, he cast it aside. He returned under his original name, ready to bring his millennia-spanning plan to fruition. His endgame, to establish a Cybertronian empire with Earth at its center, a new galactic order forged through his brand of cold peace. And then came the final variable, Unicron. In the Transformers Unicron event, we learned that Shockwave didn't just awaken the Chaos Bringer by accident. His Regenesis ores, 13 elemental anomalies seeded across the galaxy, were part of a larger calculus. Their presence had weakened the ancient seals that held Unicron at bay, but Shockwave intended to harness the resulting destruction. In his mind, Unicron's rampage was a necessary purge, a cleansing fire, one that would destabilize every government, erase resistance, and leave a shattered galaxy ripe for conquest. At its heart, Earth, not as a battlefield, but as the capital of his new empire. But he underestimated the one thing logic could never fully model: resilience. Across shattered colonies and burning worlds, Autobots, humans, and allies rose not in fear, but in defiance. In Optimus Prime issue 25, the final reckoning came. No more disguises, no more prophecy, just Shockwave. Alone, hollow, defeated. His end wasn't grandiose. He wasn't struck down in battle or swallowed by Unicron's maw. He was undone by the one variable he never accounted for: hope. Because logic may build empires, but it cannot hold them together. Not when belief turns to doubt, Not when destiny collapses under its own paradox. Shockwave tried to write the universe like an equation. In the end, not even logic could survive the storm it created. But Shockwave's masquerading as a god wouldn't end in the IDW continuity. Instead, it would continue. In the aligned continuity, spanning War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron, and Transformers Prime, Shockwave is more than a cold tactician. He is a god of cybernetic resurrection, a torturer of minds, and a scientist whose devotion to logic paved the road to monstrosity. From the beginning, his betrayal is hauntingly consistent. No ego, no rage, no chaos, only cold, methodical purpose. In War for Cybertron, he serves as Megatron's chief science officer, a shadowy figure working behind the curtain to build weapons, summon forbidden technologies, and test the boundaries of cruelty in the name of progress. He doesn't seek recognition, only results. Immorality, long since erased. But it's in Fall of Cybertron where Shockwave's horror truly blooms. He abducts Grimlock and the Lightning Strike Coalition, Slug, Swoop, Snarl, and Sludge, and subjects them to a nightmare of experimentation. His goal? To forge a new breed of Cybertronian warriors, fueled not by courage or code, but by raw instinct and primal fury. In his cold laboratory, logic becomes violation. Through invasive surgery, behavioral reprogramming, and the fusion of scanned Earth biosigns, he reshapes his prisoners into the monstrous Dinobots. Their alt modes, brutal, prehistoric, and alien, are not aesthetic flourishes. They are instruments of terror. Grimlock's mind is suppressed, his rage enhanced, and his identity nearly erased. To Shockwave, they are not soldiers, they are variables in an equation of conquest. But what Shockwave fails to account for is rebellion. Grimlock, fractured but not destroyed, leads his team in revolt. They tear through Shockwave's lab with primal vengeance, reducing the sterile experiment to wreckage. Shockwave survives, but the lesson is burned into logic. Life, no matter how engineered, cannot be perfectly controlled. Centuries later, in Transformers Prime, Shockwave returns, unchanged, unrepentant, and more dangerous than ever. While Megatron rules through fear and Starscream plots with vanity, Shockwave moves like a phantom, silent, focused, relentless. His obsession with ancient life persists, but now he seeks resurrection. In a secret lab, he uncovers fossilized remains of extinct Predacons, Cybertron's own mythic beast. From their dormant CNA, he initiates a cloning project. This time, he doesn't merely mimic beasts, he rebuilds them. The result? Predaking. An apex predator in every sense. Engineered for obedience, designed for war, a living embodiment of Shockwave's scientific ambition, feral strength bound by artificial chains. But once again, the leash snaps. Predaking develops language, strategy, will, and when he learns the truth of his origins, and that he is a clone, not a chosen king, he turns. The beast becomes a revolutionary, and Shockwave, his creator, becomes his target. And yet, Shockwave endures. And Predacons Rising, the final chapter of Prime, Shockwave awakens two more Predacons, Skylink and Darksteel, seeking to rebuild his vision, a new empire of engineered monsters, but fate has other plans. Megatron, now possessed by Unicron, turns on his own forces, and Shockwave, ever the loyal servant to logic, not ideology, refuses to let the Chaosbringer undo what reason has built. He stands his ground. He does not beg. He does not scream. He simply resists. And when the dust settles, he is gone, presumed dead but never confirmed, a ghost of science, a mind without monument, but his legacy unmistakable. Shockwave in the aligned continuity is the ultimate embodiment of science unbound by morality. He does not seek knowledge for understanding. He does not create for beauty. He weaponizes evolution. He brings life into being only to dominate it. And yet, his flaw is eternal. He can predict strength, but not spirit. He can have evolution, but not rebellion. He can clone life, but never contain it. Because when logic forgets compassion, when control becomes obsession, even the sharpest mind cannot see the uprising coming. Not from soldiers, not from monsters, not from creation itself. But logic doesn't always emerge from laboratories or lost prophecies. Sometimes it crashes down without warning. No ideology, no voice. Just devastation. And in one universe, built on fire and metal, Shockwave became a weapon without a conscience. In Transformers Dark of the Moon, Shockwave is not a master manipulator, he is the executioner. From beneath the streets of Chicago, he rises, not as a general, but as a walking extinction event, a towering cyclops fused to a biomechanical horror known only as the Driller. Gone is the cult strategist, gone is the whispering schemer and command centers. This Shockwave is something else. A silent juggernaut, armed with the astromag cannon and the kind of calculated malice that doesn't need words. He doesn't deliver monologues, he doesn't need to. His arrival at Chernobyl isn't random, it's a distraction. A surgical strike meant to mislead the Autobots, while the Decepticons chase for a far greater prize. And when he emerges in Chicago, he doesn't charge in recklessly, he waits. He strikes. He separates Optimus from his trailer and unleashes Driller to collapse skyscrapers and crush all resistance. Shockwave doesn't shout, he hunts. He stalks Autobots through burning streets. He fires on the wreckers with dead-eye precision. He topples buildings only to bury human survivors in steel and ash. His one intelligible line, a guttural snarl of Optimus Prime's name, less language than curse. And yet, behind the monstrosity, there's still method. The Driller isn't chaos, it's Shockwave's scalpel, a precision tool in a war of annihilation. His entire presence is strategy wrapped in terror, but strategy can be undone. When the final assault comes, it's not in a grand battle of minds, it is brutality. The wreckers blind him. Optimus rips into him with knuckle spikes and fury, and in a final act of brutal violence, Prime tears Shockwave's optics from his skull, killing the last whisper of resistance. Even in death, he does not scream, and in that silence, he says more than words ever could. Because that Shockwave isn't a philosopher, he isn't a scientist, he is death, reduced to its most logical form, efficient, silent, and absolute. But Shockwave didn't need a voice to leave a mark. He carved it in steel, in silence, in the eyes of those who watched him level a city without the faintest flicker of doubt. And when his optic dangled, when his body was broken, there was no triumph, only unease. Because of this thing was just one version of Shockwave. What else waits in the dark? Across comics, games, and forgotten timelines, he's worn many faces. A time-traveling prophet, a rival warlord, a mind broken by logic so pure it shattered reality, because logic doesn't die, it adapts. In Shockwave, he never stops calculating. Shockwave is more than a character, he's a concept. Logic incarnate, reshaped across universes. In these 5 iterations, we witness how his cold rationale adapts, distorts, and sometimes even fractures. In Transformers Cyberverse, Shockwave epitomizes cold, calculated evil. As the Decepticons' chief scientist, he conducts horrific experiments, including manipulating Clobber and Shadow Strike and building the Planet Smasher. He treats sentient beings as tools, variables in a grand experiment. This Shockwave lacks empathy entirely, viewing pain and suffering as irrelevant to his pursuit of efficiency. In the Shattered Glass universe, where moral polarities are inverted, Shockwave is no longer a monster. Logical, yes, but driven by empathy and a desire to save lives, not end them. He serves as a moral compass among the Decepticon rebels, striving to resist the cruelty of the Autobot regime. In a world turned upside down, Shockwave becomes something unthinkable, a symbol of compassion. In Transformers Earthspark, Shockwave returns not as a central villain, but as a remnant, a ghost. Once a feared war criminal, he now appears from the shadows, cloning Predacons, aiding Mandroid schemes, and reactivating old threats. He no longer seeks conquest, he studies, adapts, and persists. This Shockwave is as cold as ever, but in a post-war world, he is no longer a general, he's a relic. And most recently, in Skybound's Energon universe, Shockwave has only begun to make his move, but the signs are unmistakable. As the world shifts under Megatron's heel, Shockwave waits in the wings. He's not front and center, not yet, but his quiet manipulations are unfolding behind the scenes. His loyalty is clear. His vision is colder than war. It's about long-term control. He isn't just building weapons, he's writing history. Across these diverse portrayals, Shockwave's essence remains, a relentless pursuit of logic, often at the expense of empathy. Whether as a rebel, a scientist, or a strategist, he challenges our understanding of morality, forcing us to confront the cost of reason untempered by compassion. But this begs the question, what is fear without rage? What is evil without ego? Shockwave doesn't conquer through cruelty. He doesn't seduce with charisma. He endures the trials and tribulations of life by removing its emotional components. Across generations, he has remained a constant threat, not because he fights harder, but because he thinks further. While others scream on the battlefield, Shockwave whispers behind the curtain. He is the war no one sees coming, the betrayal no one anticipates, the variable no one accounts for until it's already too late. And when the war ends, he doesn't vanish, he recalculates. In Marvel Comics, he dethroned Megatron and rewrote the laws of creation. In IDW, he became a prophet and a prime, looping time itself into a perfect paradox. In Cyberverse, he turned science into a scalpel. In Animated, he wore the Autobots' trust like a disguise and shattered them from within. Even in Silence, in Dark of the Moon, he was terror incarnate. And in every timeline, Aligned, Energon, Earthspark, he waits for the opportune moment to strike, not out of ambition, but because his logic demands it. Shockwave is the ultimate counterpoint to characters like Optimus Prime. Where Prime believes in choice, Shockwave believes in control. Where Prime protects freedom, Shockwave eliminates chaos. He's not the opposite of hope. He is what hope must survive. And this is what makes him timeless, because no matter the continuity, no matter the battle, no matter the cost, Shockwave is still calculating, still waiting. And in some distant future, when trust erodes, when order collapses, when freedom forgets what it costs to be one, he will return. After all, what's more inevitable than logic? Because if freedom is a choice, Shockwave is the consequence. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive through the mind of Cybertron's coldest intellect. Shockwave is more than a villain, he's a mirror, a reflection of what happens when thought is severed from feeling, when precision becomes ideology, when logic becomes law. Until next time, stay sharp, stay thoughtful, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, the scariest enemy isn't the one charging at you, it's the one planning the attack. To understand how Starscream fell, you have to understand how high he could have risen. Because the great tragedy of his life isn't the betrayals, or the failures, or even the throne he could never hold. It's that before he became a punchline, before the cowardice, the coups, the desperate grasping for power, Starscream was something Cybertron rarely produces. A mind sharp enough to change the world, and a spark hungry enough to try. He wasn't built to grovel, he wasn't born to kneel, he was designed by function, by talent, by sheer potential to lead. But potential without virtue becomes volatility, and brilliance without grounding becomes ambition unmoored. Starscream's ambition isn't the problem, it's what he builds that ambition on, and that story begins here. Before Starscream became the galaxy's favorite traitor, he was something far more dangerous. He was exceptional. Because long before fandom turned him into a meme, Cybertron knew him as part of its most elite warriors, the Seekers. On Cybertron, the Seekers weren't just soldiers, they were the apex. Precision, speed, strategic dominance, embodied in frames that ruled the skies. Their silhouettes alone could end battles before they began, and Starscream wasn't merely one of them, he commanded them. But what most forget, what most never knew, is that Starscream's brilliance didn't begin in the battlefield's smoke or Megatron's shadow. It began in a laboratory. In some continuities, Starscream was a pre-war scientist, most famously in G1 with Skyfire, and again in the Energon universe. A mind shaped by experimentation and transformation physics. He questioned Cybertron's systems. He wasn't built for obedience, he was built to challenge assumptions, and that mind didn't disappear when the war began. It evolved. Across G1, Prime, and IDW, Starscream is repeatedly framed as one of the most strategically perceptive Decepticons. He sees angles Megatron dismisses. He spots political vulnerabilities before they spark rebellions. He understands leverage, not just military, but social, ideological, governmental. Where Megatron crushes obstacles, Starscream circumvents them. Where Megatron dominates through force, Starscream shapes outcomes through influence. He doesn't just read the battlefield, he reads the room. And here's the part many overlook. A shocking amount of Starscream's critiques of Megatron are valid. Megatron's brutality creates enemies faster than it creates victories. His refusal to delegate cripples Decepticon governance. His obsession with absolute dominance blinds him to diplomacy, reform, and long-term stability. Starscream doesn't invent these flaws, he suffers under them. And in universes like IDW, his vision for Cybertron is not madness, it's genuine reform. The Senate was corrupt. Cybertron needed political evolution, not eternal war. Starscream saw this clearly. His ambition was never the problem. Ambition is capacity. Ambition is potential. Ambition is a God-given spark meant for creation, leadership, and transformation. But ambition must rest on a foundation. When anchored in virtue, ambition becomes leadership. When anchored in pride, ambition becomes destruction. Starscream could have been a statesman, a visionary, a leader Megatron should have feared for the right reasons, and in rare moments, Armada's honor, IDW's early governance, you glimpse who he might have become. But he builds his ambition on the wrong materials, not humility, not character. He builds it on fear, on insecurity, on the desperate belief that if he doesn't seize power, the universe will forget him. His ambition isn't the issue, it's what he builds that ambition on. Because pride turns creativity into manipulation. Pride turns vision into survivalism. Starscream doesn't want the throne to rule Cybertron. He wants it to silence the storm inside him. And that need transforms brilliance into volatility. It turns potential into self-destruction. It turns the genius nobody sees into the traitor everyone remembers. Before Starscream betrays anyone else, he betrays himself. And to understand how that betrayal begins, how brilliance fractures into instability, we must go deeper, not into the skies above Cybertron, but into the wound beneath those wings. Brilliance alone doesn't shape the spark, because beneath every calculation, every strategy, every perfectly timed betrayal, something else was forming inside Starscream, something corrosive. For all his potential, for all his talent, he lived in the shadow of a warlord. Every triumph was dismissed, every mistake punished, every attempt to rise was crushed under the weight of Megatron's certainty. And slowly, that pressure did what pressure always does. It exposed the fractures already there. For all his brilliance, all his potential, Starscream lived under a simple, brutal truth. Megatron did not reward excellence. Megatron controlled it. Across G1, Prime, and IDW, Megatron's leadership is defined by domination. He does not teach, he demands. He does not inspire, he terrifies. To live beneath Megatron is to breathe air thick with consequence, to walk through every cycle knowing that your worth is temporary and your life conditional. And Starscream, despite his pride, absorbed that message deeply. He needed validation from a bot who gave none. He hungered for recognition from a leader who saw only tools. He wanted worth in the eyes of a master who framed worth as weakness. Every insult, every backhand, every threat didn't just bruise armor. It etched itself into the frame beneath it. Starscream didn't betray Megatron because he hated him. He betrayed Megatron because he longed for the dignity Megatron refused to give. But that pain doesn't end there. In Transformers Prime, the cracks would continue to show. Megatron's emotional abuse doesn't stop when Starscream defects, it follows him. Starscream tries to recreate himself, tries to find a spine, a voice, an identity not tied to Megatron's shadow. He wants freedom, but without Megatron's shadow, he doesn't know who he is. And then we come to IDW, with the political humiliation he suffers, being dismissed, mocked, outmaneuvered, cuts deeper than any battlefield wound. Starscream wants to be seen as a legitimate leader, but every time he steps into the light, the voices in the Senate echo the voice he already hears inside himself: you're not enough. It's no coincidence that IDW's Starscream becomes increasingly paranoid after gaining power, because what terrifies him most isn't losing the throne, it's being exposed while sitting on it. The throne demands stability, the throne demands humility, the throne demands virtue, and Starscream learned none of this under Megatron, which brings us to the heart of Starscream's insecurity, his fear of insignificance. That fear shapes everything he does. It infects his ambition, it fuels his betrayals, it twists his brilliance into desperation. Starscream doesn't lust for power to rule, he seeks power to matter. To silence the gnawing dread that without the crown, without a title, without the spotlight, he has nothing at all. But recognition is not the same as worth, and Starscream never learned that difference. Where characters like Optimus root their identity in virtue, service, sacrifice, humility, Starscream builds his identity out of whatever scraps he can find. Validation from Megatron, status within the Decepticons, fear from subordinates, temporary victories, fleeting moments of dominance. None of it holds, none of it fills him, none of it lasts long enough to quiet the void inside. And here, the lessons that Starscream teaches us become clear. Identity without virtue is hollow. If you build your value on achievement, you become a slave to success. If you build your value on admiration, you become a prisoner of others' opinions. If you build your value on fear, you become the tyrant you once despised. Starscream's insecurity isn't weakness. It's fear pretending to be strength. It's the terrified spark of a bot who could have changed Cybertron, but could never change how he saw himself. And because he never healed that wound, never confronted the fear, never built a foundation stronger than ego, his brilliance had nowhere to go but inward, spiraling into the behavior that defines him across every universe. The betrayals, the paranoia, the self-sabotage. Before Starscream ever turned on Megatron, he was already turning on himself. But insecurity alone doesn't define him. It needs a catalyst, something powerful enough to merge brilliance with brokenness into something explosive. And that brings us to the moment insecurity becomes treachery, and treachery becomes destiny. Starscream's brilliance gave him potential. His insecurity gave him fear. But when those forces collide, something far more dangerous is born, because a bot who believes he deserves the throne and simultaneously believes he will never be enough to sit on it will reach for the only path that promises to close the gap instantly: treachery. Not patience, not virtue, not the slow work of becoming worthy, the shortcut, the workaround. The fantasy that if he can leapfrog the pain, skip vulnerability, avoid exposure, he can finally quiet the voice inside that tells him he is nothing without power. Here, Starscream's story transforms. Brilliance becomes sabotage, fear becomes strategy, and the crown becomes an idol promising salvation while silently delivering slavery. Because treachery is Starscream's twisted hope, the shortcut he thinks will silence the fear. Now we follow him to the moment brilliance fractures into betrayal, again and again and again. There is a moment in Starscream's life, repeated across continuities, when the genius we saw in the laboratory, in the skies, and in the council chambers collides with the wounds he can never learn to heal. And that collision gives birth to the sin that defines him: treachery. People laugh at it, reduce it to comic relief, but the truth is darker. Starscream doesn't betray Megatron because he enjoys it. He betrays Megatron because in his mind, it's the only path left. It's the place where his brilliance and his brokenness finally meet. Every betrayal begins with a single spark. If I don't take the power now, I'll never be worthy of it. To Starscream, the throne isn't a luxury, it's a lifeline, a cure for the terror whispering that he'll never matter unless he rises above everyone else. When he looks at Megatron, he doesn't see a command, he sees a ceiling, a reminder of everything he will never be. So he reaches for the only tool he believes he has left: treachery as self-preservation. If Megatron remains in power, Starscream remains in the shadow that has suffocated him for millennia. Every coup collapses for the same reason. Starscream wants the crown, but he refuses the cross. He wants authority without discipline, victory without sacrifice, recognition without virtue. And the moment he seizes the throne, the moment his ambition finally wins, his insecurity rises and consumes him from within. He second-guesses allies. He imagines plots that don't exist. He rules from fear instead of wisdom. In every universe, his plans don't fail because Megatron is stronger. They fail because Starscream cannot rule the storm without himself. If betrayal ruins his life once, shouldn't he learn? But he doesn't. And why? Because treachery isn't a strategy, it's an addiction. The moment before a coup, the fantasy of triumph, that's the only time he feels alive. Hope spikes, fear quiets. For a breath, he becomes the bot he always believed he could be. And like any addiction, he chases that feeling long after the consequences have carved scars he cannot hide. And Starscream cannot confront the scars beneath those wings. He cannot face unworthiness, so instead of dealing with the fire inside him, he sets fire to the world around him. Treachery becomes anesthetic, a way to numb the ache of his significance, a way to avoid admitting he doesn't want to be feared. He wants to be seen. It's easier to betray Megatron than to confront the frightened spark staring back from the mirror. And beneath it all, one fact remains: treachery promises salvation, but will deliver slavery. It whispers you don't need virtue, you don't need humility, you don't need to grow, just take the throne, then you'll be whole. But the moment he grasps it, the lie unravels. The throne doesn't silence his fear, it amplifies it. The crown doesn't redeem him, it exposes him. Because every time Starscream betrays Megatron, he isn't climbing towards greatness, he is running from the truth he cannot bear, and this leads to the inevitable descent that he always faces. Before Starscream ever became Megatron's enemy, before the coups, the schemes, the usurpations, he became something far more tragic. A prisoner of the shortcuts he mistook for salvation. And once that pattern takes hold, it replicates across every universe. Rise, doubt, sabotage, fail. The cycle repeats again and again, because treachery is Starscream's twisted hope. The shortcut he thinks will silence the fear, but every shortcut has a cost, and the bill comes due in G1, where the pattern begins to form his legend. And nowhere is the cost of that pattern clearer than in the universe where it first became legend. Because before IDW gave us the politician, before Prime gave us the survivor, before Armada gave us the martyr, G1 gave us the loop. The place where his brilliance met his blindness, at its most distilled. A universe where every coup, every betrayal, every grasp for the throne plays out with ritual inevitability. He rises, he falls, he denies the failure, he begins again. Audiences learn to laugh, to see it as slapstick, as predictable rhythm, but beneath the humor lies something heavier. A bot trying so hard to escape his fear that he ends up orbiting it forever. And nowhere is that orbit clearer than in the Starscream who started it all. This brings us to G1, the blueprint of the loop he can't escape. When most people think of Starscream, they think of G1, the version where every flaw and impulse is painted in bright colors across a Saturday morning battlefield. But beneath the humor lies the prototype of a tragedy. G1 Starscream isn't foolish, he's caught in a loop. From the beginning, he has two extremes: tactical brilliance and emotional blindness. He spots weaknesses Megatron ignores. He sees the opportunities no other Decepticon even notices. And in Starscream's brigade and the Revenge of Bruticus, his plans aren't ridiculous, they're effective. He builds an army, he nearly wins. And every time his star begins to rise, his insecurity pulls him back down. He overplays his hand, he misreads loyalty, he assumes Megatron will fall as quickly as he does. And when Megatron returns, fury in his voice, contempt in his optics, defiance, panic, kneeling. It's not cowardice, it's a pattern. G1 makes the cycle unmistakable. Rise, fall, denial, repeat. He rises, convinced this time is different. He falls, undone by the same fear he refuses to face. He denies, blaming circumstances and sabotage, and then he starts again, sure one more betrayal will finally fill the void inside him. The tragedy is that Megatron almost never kills him. And why? Because Megatron understands the loop too. Starscream is useful, predictable, a lightning rod for descent, a tool whose ambition can be directed or crushed on command. And so the cycle continues, not because Starscream is foolish, but because he never learns to break the pattern that defines his existence. The humor is the mask, the loop is the truth. Every coup is a cry for validation, every collapse is a reminder the throne cannot redeem him, every return to Megatron's feet a confession that Starscream still believes power is the only cure for his fear. G1 doesn't mock Starscream, it reveals who he is. A bot brilliant enough to conquer worlds, yet wounded enough to sabotage victory the moment he grasps it. Until he confronts the wound, G1 Starscream will always be exactly where the loop leaves him, reaching, failing, and repeating. G1 shows us the loop, the rise, the fall, the denial, the repeat. A bot orbiting his own fear, forever chasing a crown that can't save him. But across the multiverse, there is one Starscream, a rare, fragile deviation where the loop cracks, where the mask slips, where something startling appears beneath the arrogance and the fear. A longing for honor, a hunger for meaning, a spark that wants to be more than Megatron's shadow. That version lives in Armada. Here, Starscream's not the schemer or the usurper. He is the warrior who wants to matter, the soldier who wants to be seen, the seeker who wants a purpose worthy of his pain. And for the first time in his long, fracturing story, he reaches for something higher than the throne. Armada gives us the Starscream who almost breaks free, not by grasping for power, but by discovering the worth Megatron always denied. This brings us to the Starscream who didn't just survive, he dared to hope. If G1 shows us the loop that traps Starscream, Armada shows us the version who tries, truly tries, to break it. Because Armada Starscream is driven by something deeper than ambition. He wants honor, he wants meaning, he wants a life that amounts to more than Megatron's contempt. And for the first time in any major continuity, Starscream's hunger for worth isn't twisted into treachery, it's revealed as longing. In Armada, Megatron's cruelty doesn't make Starscream cunning, it wounds him, deeply, repeatedly. Every time Megatron calls him useless, the same message is beaten into him. You are nothing unless someone powerful says otherwise. But unlike G1, Starscream finally encounters someone who challenges that lie, the Autobots. Not because they flatter him, not because they manipulate him, but because, for the first time, someone treats him with dignity. And when Starscream glimpses respect, friendship, worth, his worldview begins to fracture. His desires shift. He no longer wants to rule, he wants to matter. He wants a purpose Megatron cannot give him, a calling Megatron cannot see, a life Megatron would never allow. And that shift leads to the most shocking decision any Starscream has made: self-sacrifice. When Starscream turns on Megatron, not for power, not for a throne, but to stop the war and save innocence, he becomes something no previous version of him dared to be, a warrior willing to die for something greater than himself. And in that moment, he breaks the loop. He rises without betraying. He chooses honor over ambition. He proves, if only for a breath, that his spark was capable of more than scheming and fear. It's why millions still point to Armada's Starscream as the definitive version, because he's the version who almost healed. But the tragic fact still remains. He finds inner worth in the moment he loses his life. He nearly becomes the bot he was always meant to be, but only by dying to save others. And that is the truth that Armada leaves us with. Starscream isn't condemned, he's simply afraid to believe in better, until the moment he finally does. Before we step away from the Seeker who wanted honor, and found it only in the moment he fell, follow Disassembled Heroes and Villains on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube. Each week, we peel back the armor of the icons who shaped us, and ask what their rise, wounds, and downfall reveal about who we become. Next week, we turn from the warrior who wanted to matter, to a hero who never wanted the spotlight at all. A man who trained until his hair fell out, a man who broke the limits of strength, and found the emptiness waiting on the other side. If Starscream is the fear of never being enough, Saitama is the horror of being too much. Next Friday, we dive into One Punch Man, a story of power, purpose, and the meaning of struggle in a world where one punch ends every battle. Now, back to the Seeker who mistook the throne for salvation, Starscream. Armada shows us the Starscream who almost healed, the Seeker who reached for worth instead of power, and found meaning in the moment he let go. But most universes are not that merciful. Across the multiverse, there is one stage, one continuity, where Starscream finally gets everything he ever wanted. The throne, the authority, the title, the power he clawed towards for millennia. And instead of saving him, it destroys him. Not through war, not through Megatron, but through himself. Because the moment Starscream becomes the ruler of Cybertron, something terrifying happens. The spotlight turns, the masks fall, and the throne forces him to face the one enemy he can't outfly, outwit, or overthrow: his own reflection. The kingdom he seizes, the crown he coveted, the cross he refuses to carry, the Starscream who proves he didn't fear losing power, he feared being seen. There's a moment in IDW that defines Starscream more clearly than any coup attempt, any insult, any throne room meltdown across the multiverse. Not when he sees his power, but when he realizes power won't save him. Because in IDW, Starscream finally wins. He becomes the ruler of Cybertron, chosen, reluctantly, by the people. Validated by political necessity, backed by alliances, at last, the throne is his. This was supposed to heal him. The moment he silences the whisper saying he has nothing unless he sits above everyone else. But the crown doesn't quiet the voice, it amplifies it. Starscream's ascent in IDW isn't fluke, luck, or trickery. It's competence. Early in Robots in Disguise, he demonstrates genuine political brilliance. He builds coalitions, he navigates post-war Cybertron with an agility no other leader shows. He recognizes Autobots, Decepticons, and neutrals all need a future bigger than old grudges. He even turns former enemies into partners. For a brief, startling moment, his potential is visible, not just to us, but to Cybertron. He could have been a great leader. He could have guided a world out of ruin, and in those early cycles, he actually tries. But trying requires virtue, humility, the one thing he's never possessed. Starscream's rule begins with competence. It ends with fear. Not fear of Megatron, not Optimus, not Windblade, not the Council. Fear of exposure. Because IDW forces Starscream into the one position he cannot survive, a leader under public scrutiny. Every meeting, every vote, every advisor, every civilian, eyes everywhere. No shadows to hide his insecurity, no Megatron to absorb blame, no battlefield hierarchy to insulate his ego. just him, and the terrifying possibility that if Cybertron sees him clearly, they will see what he sees. A bot unworthy of the power he holds. So he compensates. He tightens his grip. He isolates himself. He replaces trust with surveillance, advisors into enemies, friends into threats. He builds an intelligence network not to protect Cybertron, but to protect his image. And the more he fears exposure, the more paranoid he becomes. Windblade challenges his authority, threat. Ironhide questions his judgment, threat. The public wants transparency, threat. Truth becomes attacked, disagreement, treason. Because if the throne is a mirror, Starscream cannot bear what it reflects. Starscream's greatest enemy isn't Megatron, or Optimus, or Windblade, or the Electorate. His greatest enemy is the gap between who he wants to be and who he believes he is. He wants to be a visionary, but believes he's a fraud. He wants to be a savior, but believes he's a sinner. He wants to lead, but believes leadership will reveal him. So to protect himself, he sabotages himself. He destroys trust to avoid vulnerability. He manufactures crises to avoid accountability. He manipulates the council to avoid measurement. He doesn't ruin his rule out of folly, but fear. In IDW, Starscream is not a tyrant by design. He is a tyrant by fear. There is a moment, until all are one, where Starscream stands in the council chambers, surrounded by a government he built, and he looks miserable. Not calculating, not overwhelmed, not triumphant, just miserable. Because the throne he spent a millennia grasping for has become the thing he fears most. A position demanding humility, service, and transparency. The cross he refuses again and again. The parallel is unmistakable. The crown without a cross becomes a curse. Authority without sacrifice corrupts. Power without humility destroys. Leadership without virtue collapses. Starscream wanted the crown, not the burden. The title, not the accountability. Exaltation, but not exposure. So the throne becomes a prison. Not because Cybertron demands too much, but because the crown forces him to confront the truth he spent a millennia fleeing. You can't rule Cybertron. You can't rule yourself. Nothing in IDW symbolizes his fracture more vividly than Bumblebee's ghost. It's not a haunting, not a vision, not a trick. It's his conscience, the part of him that still longs for connection, goodness, and redemption, and he cannot silence it. He shows up in the quiet between decrees, asking who he's really trying to save. The ghost appears when Starscream is vulnerable, defensive, or self-justifying, and names the questions he won't ask. It speaks the truth he refuses to hear. It reminds him of everything he pretends not to care about, and everything he secretly does. Bumblebee's ghost is the mirror he cannot manipulate, the voice he cannot bury, the truth he cannot outrun, because deep down, Starscream knows he is capable of good, but goodness requires sacrifice, surrender, and humility. The cross he refuses. Starscream rule doesn't end in glory, it ends in conviction. It ends in confession, written in his paranoia, his spirals, his desperation to control the world that never asked him to be perfect. Because IDW reveals the heart of his tragedy. He didn't fear losing power, he feared being seen. Seen for his insecurity, seen for his shame, seen for his longing, seen for the potential that frightens him as much as his failures. The throne didn't break him, the mirror did. Starscream could have been Cybertron's great reformer, the bridge between factions, the leader who turned the war into peace, but that future required vulnerability, and he couldn't bear it. So the crown becomes his curse, the throne his mirror, and the ghost his conscience. Because IDW proves, once and for all, Starscream never feared losing power, he feared being seen. IDW leaves us with the image of a ruler undone not by war, not by rebellion, not by the enemies he spent a lifetime outmaneuvering, but by himself. Because once the mask falls, when the crown becomes a mirror, Starscream was forced to face the truth he spent every universe avoiding. The enemy was never Megatron, never Optimus, never the Council, the public, or the throne. It was the fear inside his own spark. Fear of inadequacy, fear of exposure, fear of becoming nothing in the moment he stops grasping. And that brings us to the final question. Not who Starscream is, but what his story reveals about us. The ambition, the insecurity, the pride, the longing for worth that no crown can satisfy. The lesson is unmistakable. Starscream shows us that the enemy inside us is always stronger than the one in front of us. When you strip away the battles, the coups, the theatrics, the Starscream we're left with is strangely familiar. Not because we share his ambitions or his betrayals, but because underneath the armor and the arrogance, something deeply human. a spark that wants to matter and doesn't know how. His story shows us that ambition, on its own, isn't dangerous. Ambition can lift worlds, it can rebuild nations, it can turn a miner into a monster, but when ambition isn't anchored in character, when it grows without humility, without honesty, without the slow work of becoming whole, it destroys the very bot who carries it. Starscream doesn't fall because Megatron overwhelms him, he falls because the foundation he builds on can hold the weight of what he wants, and beneath that collapse is insecurity, working like a magnifying glass held over his pride. Everything he fears gets louder, everything he doubts becomes sharper. His ego isn't confidence, it's insulation, a way to hide the terrified truth that he's never believed he was worthy of anything he reached for. The louder he boasts, the more fragile he becomes. That fragility is why treachery calls to him, not as a thrill, not even as a strategy, but as something that feels like salvation. For a brief moment, right before the coup, right before the blade, he feels powerful, whole, almost worthy. But it's a counterfeit cure, a shortcut that promises healing but only deepens the wound. He keeps reaching for the same poison answer because it's easier than confronting the fear inside him. And when he finally gains real power, IDW shows us what happens when leadership outpaces humility. Authority becomes tyranny when the person holding it cannot bear to be vulnerable. Starscream doesn't rule through cruelty, he rules through fear. Fear of exposure, fear of scrutiny, fear that the throne will reveal what the battlefield never could. Leadership demands openness, transparency, and service. And Starscream can't give any of that without feeling like he's being stripped bare. Because his identity was never rooted in who he was, only in what he could achieve. An identity built on achievement collapses the moment achievement does. Every title, every stolen crown, none of it fills the hollow place inside him. Power cannot heal the soul. It can amplify it, distort it, expose it, but it cannot mend it. And beneath all of it, beneath the ego, the schemes, the hunger, sits a single truth. Pride isn't strength. Pride is fear. Pride is the shield he hides behind so no one can see how much he doubts, how deeply he longs, how desperately he wants to be worthy of the life he never learned to build. And when you trace every betrayal, every downfall, every version of this bot across the multiverse, the same truth stares back at you. The enemy inside us is always stronger than the one in front of us. Megatron wasn't the wall Starscream couldn't climb. Cybertron wasn't the world he couldn't rule. The throne wasn't the burden he couldn't bear. The only enemy he never learned to face was himself. Starscream's tragedy doesn't end with a throne room, a coup, or a confession. It ends with a mirror, one that shows us the enemy inside the spark, and what happens when fear outpaces character. But his story doesn't stay confined to G1, Armada, Prime, or IDW. It travels, it mutates, it survives. Because Starscream is more than a Decepticon. He's an archetype. The usurper, the schemer, the ambitious lieutenant who wants the crown but not the calling. The voice that whispers you deserve more, and the fear that answers back you'll never be enough. Every era reinterprets him, every generation recognizes him, every viewer sees themselves in his grasping, reaching, failing arc. And that brings us to the question behind the character. Why does Starscream endure? Why does this traitor, this aspirant, this broken genius remain one of the most compelling figures in all of Transformers history? To answer that, pull back the lens, beyond continuity, beyond canon, into the myth where his legacy lies. Across every universe, every reboot, every retelling, Starscream appears again, not because the franchise needs a traitor. He isn't simply a villain, he's a shape we recognize, a shadow we know. Starscream is the eternal usurper, the lieutenant who believes he should be king, the strategist who thinks he's smarter than the throne, the spark who thinks destiny owes him, if he just reaches far enough. His archetype is older than Transformers, older than Cybertron, older than modern storytelling itself. He walks beside Iago, brilliant, observant, hollow. He echoes Judas, close to greatness, unable to bear what it demands. He shares Littlefinger's cunning, forever climbing, forever falling. He carries Loki's charm and wounded pride, the god who wants recognition more than victory. Why does the figure endure? Because the question he embodies never dies. What happens when ambition outgrows character? Starscream is the modern mirror of that fear. In offices, boardrooms, governments, industries, you can find a Starscream. Someone desperate to rise, terrified to be seen, certain they deserve more, and quietly afraid of what they'll become if they get it. He is the architect of ambition without virtue. We recognize the sharp smile, the calculation behind the optics. We recognize the hunger, because at some point, we felt it too. That longing to matter, that ache for recognition, that whisper that you should be more than this. But Starscream reveals the danger in that longing. When worth is sought externally, it becomes an endless, bottomless pit, a throne that rises as soon as you climb it. And that's why the audience loves him, not despite his failures, but because of them. Starscream is relatable in ways Megatron and Optimus never can be. Optimus is who we want to be. Megatron is who we fear we could become. Starscream is who we are when we feel overlooked, underestimated, and unseen. He is the part of us that wants the reward without the responsibility, the influence without the sacrifice, the crown without the cross. He's the spark that wonders, if I had more, would I finally feel whole? And that makes his tragedy universal, because Starscream doesn't fail for a lack of intelligence, or a lack of strength, or potential. He fails because he cannot do the one thing every mythic hero must do, face himself. Every betrayal refuses to look inward. He reaches for the world to avoid reaching within, and that's why his legacy continues to endure. He is the warning written in every age. You can conquer the world and still lose the war inside your soul. You can seize the throne and still collapse under the weight of your own fear. You can silence your enemies and still be broken by the voice you carry inside. Starscream endures because he's timeless, because he's tragic, because he's us. Ambitious, afraid, reaching for crowns we're not ready to carry. Until we learn the lesson he never could, his story will keep repeating, across continuities, across generations, across every mirror we dare to look into. Because Starscream is more than a Decepticon. He's the reminder that the battle outside of us are as dangerous as the ones burning within. Thank you for walking with me into the spark of Starscream. To understand him, you can't start with the coups, the throne rooms, or the blade hidden behind the oath. You have to go back. Back to the brilliant seeker built for the skies. Back to the scientist who wanted to reshape Cybertron. Back to the bot who believed, deep down, that if he wasn't extraordinary, he was nothing at all. Because everything Starscream becomes, the traitor, the politician, the would-be king, begins with that wound. A spark convinced worth must be taken, because it will never be fully given. Across continuities, failed uprising, desperate grasp for power, that wound never heals. It only deepens, and the deeper it gets, the louder it speaks. It tells him that ambition can replace character, that recognition can replace identity, that the crown can replace the cross. And Starscream believes it, because the alternative terrifies him. Humility requires honesty, redemption requires surrender, healing requires letting yourself be seen, and in IDW, when he finally sits on the throne he's chased for millennia, he discovers the truth he was never prepared to face. Power cannot quiet the soul, it only turns up the volume. The crown he coveted becomes the mirror he fears, the throne he sees becomes the burden he hates, the world he rules becomes the world that finally sees him as he is, and under that light he breaks. Because Starscream's tragedy isn't simply that he falls, he knows what he should be and cannot bear the cost of becoming it. He could have been a reformer, a visionary, a bridge between factions, a leader forged not through terror, but through wisdom and humility. But pride stands where virtue should, fear stands where courage should, shame stands where redemption could have taken root. And so his story ends where it began, not with Megatron, not betrayal, not the throne, but the enemy inside his own spark. Could Starscream be redeemed if he dared to believe he was worthy of redemption? Because in the end, the tragedy of Starscream isn't that he fell, it's that he could have flown. If this resonated with you, I'd love to hear it. Which Starscream shaped you the most, and why? Drop a comment, let's keep this conversation going. And if you want more deep dives like this, hit subscribe. We're just getting started. So stay sharp, stay grounded, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, pride is the fall before the fall. To understand Megatron's war, you have to understand where it really began. Not in the Senate chambers, not in the battlefield speeches, not even in the spark that bore his name. It began in the arena, where survival wasn't just the goal, it was the gospel. Every strike thrown wasn't just a blow against an opponent, it was a sermon, a revelation, a declaration to the world that he existed, that he would never be silent again. Because in those energon-soaked pits, Megatron found more than strength. He found purpose, he found followers, he found belief. And belief without humility, it's not faith, it's pride. And pride is where every fall begins. Before Megatron became the symbol of an uprising, before his name became a warning whispered in the dark, he learned the truth about Cybertron in the one place honest enough to show it: the arena. Every continuity paints the arena different, but the lessons learned inside it are always the same. In IDW, the arena is not glorious, it is not honored, it is where society disposes of the inconvenient. The functionist ideal says every spark has a purpose, but only if that purpose serves the state. Miners, manual laborers, outliers, dissidents. They are components, replaceable, burnable. So when a miner named D16 is thrown into the pits, there's no cheering crowd waiting for him, no legend to live up to, just the cold certainty that Cybertron has already decided he is worth nothing. But something happens that the state does not expect. He fights. He doesn't fight because he loves violence, he fights because survival is the only protest left to him. Each battle becomes a conversation with the world that tried to bury him. Each victory becomes a declaration that he will not disappear. In those pits, Megatron does not just survive, he witnesses the truth. Not the truth taught in educational data streams, not the truth preached by functionists or senators, the truth that power shapes the world, and those without it are erased. The arena is where Megatron learns that Cybertron is not broken accidentally, it is broken by design. And when the state sees that he refuses to die, it tries to break him another way. They beat him, drug him, silence him, but that is how revolutions begin, not with a speech, but with the moment someone realizes the world has declared war on them long before they ever fought back. In the aligned continuity, the arena evolves into something far more dangerous. Here, Megatron's battles are not just survival, they're spectacle. Crowds chant his name, miners and outcasts gather around him, his fists become punctuation marks in a sermon that Cybertron cannot ignore. Every victory becomes a platform, every roar from the stands becomes validation, every blow becomes a reminder. The people are listening. This is where Megatron becomes more than D16, where the gladiator becomes the philosopher, where the philosopher becomes the leader. He speaks between matches about injustice, about freedom, about the world that refuses to acknowledge the sparks bleeding for its towers. He writes manifestos that travel further than any miner's voice. He becomes dangerous not because he is strong, but because others begin to believe in him. It builds him, forges him, fight by fight. Two continuities, two different cages, but they all teach Megatron the same lesson. Cybertron does not respond to fairness. Cybertron responds to force. And if the world cannot hear the weak, then it must become loud enough that it cannot ignore him. This is where the miner becomes a fighter, where the fighter becomes a symbol, where the symbol becomes a spark powerful enough to ignite a war. It's not the violence. Megatron never kills for pleasure, it's the clarity. In the arenas, he sees what Cybertron could be: strong, united, honest, equal in struggle and equal in ambition. No castes, no functionist labels, no senate telling him who deserves to live and who deserves to break in the mines. The arena is brutal, but it is truthful. It is the only place Megatron has ever seen the rules are the same for everyone. And that truth becomes intoxicating. He believes a world built on truth would be far better, fairer, cleaner. He believes the arena has revealed Cybertron's future, and he believes he must build it. When Megatron looks up from the arena floor, whether in IDW's Energon-stained pits or Marvel's grim crucible, he does not see glory. If the system will not protect the innocent, then the system must be replaced. Not adjusted, not debated, replaced. Not from evil, not from conquest, but from the belief that Cybertron must be shattered before it can ever be saved. And this is the truth no one wants to admit. Megatron does not choose violence because he loves war. He chooses violence because Cybertron taught him it is the only language the powerful speak. In every continuity, in every telling, the arena gives him the clarity he needed and the conviction he never loses. To remake Cybertron, he must break the world. But if the arena forged Megatron's body, it was the silence afterward that forged his mind. Because after every fight, every cheer, every spilled drop of energon, D16 would return to the same place he'd always known, the tunnels of Kaon. The weight of the caste system pressing heavier than any opponent he'd ever faced. Down there, the real battle was not for survival, but for meaning. And here is the quiet truth no Decepticon ever wants to admit. Megatron didn't begin as a conqueror. He began as a reader. a thinker, a worker who dared to imagine that Cybertron could be more than a machine grinding its pores into dust, and once he learned to put those thoughts into words, he became dangerous. Because words spread faster than revolution, and ideas, his ideas, were starting to take shape. The gladiator who had learned to endure pain had discovered something far more powerful, that the system itself could bleed, and once he realized that, the war stopped being a possibility. It became an inevitability. Revolution never begins in the moment the first weapon is raised. It begins earlier, quieter, and the conversations people are afraid to have, and the questions the powerful refuse to answer. And for Megatron, the revolution begins the moment he realizes that Cybertron will never listen to its own forgotten children, unless someone forces it to. In IDW, Megatron does not rise because of brute strength. He rises because of ideas, because of the words he hammers into datapads after grueling shifts in the minds, because of the truth he refuses to swallow. His early writings are not manifestos of domination. They are essays on justice, on freedom, on the value of every spark. They speak of a Cybertron where miners are not scrap, where seekers are not tools, where functionists cannot sentence a spark to a lifetime of servitude based solely on an alt mode. And Cybertron responds. Miners began passing his essays like contraband. Dissatisfied workers quote him. Senators curse his name in private chambers. Security officers study him. And one of them, Orion Pax, finds hope in him. And for a moment, a fragile, miraculous moment, Megatron believes change is possible. That Cybertron can reform itself. That the system can be repaired. But then the state reveals its hand. His writings are outlawed, his followers are arrested, his voice is beaten into silence by security services led by Zeta Prime. And that is where Megatron realizes he has misunderstood Cybertron. Oppression's not a flaw in the system. Oppression is the system. The moment the truth sinks in, the miner becomes something far more dangerous, a revolutionary with nothing left to lose. He builds cells in secret. He unites miners, flight crews, data workers, and discarded functionists. He speaks to crowds in alleys and loaded bays. He refuses to bow in order to kneel. This is not the birth of a tyrant. This is the birth of a leader the old world fears. In the aligned continuity, Megatron becomes a revolutionary through the raw force of presence. Now a gladiator turned philosopher, he transforms the arena from entertainment into a pulpit. His speeches ignite sparks across Kaon. Workers begin to chant his name not as D16, not as a champion, but as a promise. He speaks of a world without castes, a world where the council cannot decide what a spark is worth, a world where the weak are not abandoned to rust. And Cybertron listens. In the aligned continuity, crowds gather outside the arena after his matches. Miners begin quoting his declarations. Young archivists, like Orion, record his words and study them. Megatron creates a movement because Cybertron is starving for one. But power is never blind. The Senate sees the crowd, the High Council grows nervous, Megatron's popularity shifts from threat to inevitability, and when Megatron stands before the Council, he believes they will acknowledge what Cybertron has already seen, that he is the future, that he is the answer. But they do not choose him, they choose Orion, and the revolutionary spark that aligned Megatron once nurtured collapsed into something colder. If the system will not change with him, it will be changed without mercy. In Transformers 1, the revolution takes root in the tension between destiny and defiance. Megatronus rises from miner to icon, admired for both strength and clarity. He studies the legends of the Primes, especially the one whose name he adopts, and he believes he might be the next spark destined to reshape Cybertron. What he does not expect is to find a peer who shares that hunger. Orion is not his rival in this continuity, not at first. He is the partner Megatronus believes fate has sent him. They debate, they dream, they plan. But when Orion begins to win the favor of Cybertron's elite, Megatron watches the future he imagined slipped into someone else's hand. And so his revolution becomes something darker. Not just the fight to change the world, but the fight to be the one who leads that change. Different stories, different details, but the same turning point repeats in every continuity. Megatron stops believing Cybertron can be convinced. He starts believing Cybertron must be forced. Now, the revolutionary becomes a strategist. He organizes the miners into a united labor force. He recruits seekers whose wings cast shadows over Iacon. He gives the disenfranchised a cause, a symbol, a voice. He proposes reforms, only to watch the council dismiss them. He begs for equality, only to be met with violence. He pleads for justice, only to learn the system rewards cruelty. so Megatron adapts. If the oppressors will not yield, they will be removed. If the caste system will not collapse, it will be torn down. If Cybertron will not evolve, it will be reborn. This is the first true birth of the Decepticon movement, not as conquerors, but as reformers who have run out of patience, and Cybertron does not yet understand the cost of ignoring them. Megatron's early revolution differs across timelines, but its heartbeat is the same. He wins loyalty because he listens to the unheard. He wins fear because he stops listening to anyone else. In IDW, the first Decepticons strike strategic outpost. Megatron's writings circulate faster than the Senate can suppress them. The workers of Kaon adopt the Decepticon's sigil as a promise of liberation. In aligned, miners rally behind him. Cities whisper about the gladiator who speaks the truth. The council sees the uprising forming before their optics. In Transformers 1, supporters gather around Megatron as the one bot willing to challenge the elite. His name becomes a prophecy. His ambition becomes identity. These early victories create a momentum that Cybertron cannot stop. And like every revolution in history, once the oppressed realize a system can bleed, the war becomes inevitable. There comes a moment in every version of Megatron's life where the revolutionary makes a choice: to stop asking for change and start creating it. For IDW Megatron, that moment is a realization. Reform has failed. The state will only understand us when it fears us. For aligned Megatron, it's humiliation. If I am not chosen to lead Cybertron, then I will choose myself. For Transformers 1 Megatron, it is a betrayal of destiny. If the Matrix rejects me, then I will forge a new fate. And in every universe, Cybertron prepares to reap the consequences of ignoring the miner who saw the truth first. This is the rise of the revolutionary, not a tyrant, not yet. This is Megatron when his ideals are still bright, when equality is still the goal, when liberation is still the dream. This is Megatron before the corruption, before the obsession, before the war grinds his spark down to metal filings. This is the version of him that believes he could remake the world into something just. And he is the version of Megatron that the Autobots will later mourn, because they will never again face an enemy who believes in anything this noble. This is the Megatron the world created, the Megatron it deserved, the Megatron who will become something far darker, because Cybertron refused the future he offered. Before we step away from the revolutionary who tried to recreate Cybertron, not with wisdom, but with wrath, make sure to follow or subscribe to Disassembled Heroes and Villains on your favorite podcast app. Each week, we unmask the icons and monsters who shape pop culture, and ask what their rise, their fall, and their fire reveals about us. And next week, we turn from the tyrant who sees power to the traitor who hungers for it. If Megatron is power corrupted, Starscream is power coveted. The eternal usurper, the schemer with a smile, the soldier who would burn the empire he serves just to sit upon its ashes. He calls himself loyal, he calls himself worthy, but behind every oath waits a blade. Next week, we descend into the ambition sharpened to a killing edge. We meet the ghost of every coup, every betrayal, and every doomed rebellion. Next week, we face Starscream of the Transformers. Now back to the rise of the miner who became a movement, Megatron. But ambition is never born in a vacuum, not even Starscream's. Every traitor is shaped by the leaders who came before them, and Megatron shaped more than an army. He shaped a generation. And that brings us back to the moment where everything, the revolution, the ideology, the hope, collapsed into something colder. Because before he was a tyrant, before he carved his manifesto into Cybertron with cannon fire, Megatron had a brother. Not by creation, by conviction. Orion Pax believed in him, believed in the movement, believed in the future they could build together. But the council made its choice, and so did they. One rose, one broke, and a friendship powerful enough to change a planet and stood tore it apart. The war didn't begin with armies. It began with a fracture between two sparks who wanted the same world, but were willing to pay very different prices to create it. Every revolution has a moment when the dream breaks, not because the cause is wrong, but because the world refuses to let it live. For Megatron and Orion Pax, that moment is the fracture that echoes across every continuity, told differently each time, but always with the same wound at its center. Two bots that believed in the same future finally understand they believe in two very different paths. In IDW, the break is not theatrical. There's no council chamber, no ceremonial rejection, no dramatic coronation. The tragedy of IDW is quieter, colder, more personal. Orion Pax starts as the one person inside the system who believes in Megatron's words. He reads every essay, every manifesto, every plea for justice. He believes Megatron is not merely angry, he's right. But as Megatron's movement grows, the violence grows with it. Arson, sabotage, targeted strikes against functionist infrastructure, workers turning into militants because Cybertron has offered them nothing less. Orion tries to hold the line between justice and chaos. Megatron tries to burn down the line entirely. They meet only a handful of times, but each meeting becomes heavier. Orion urges restraint. Megatron warns him that restraint is a privilege of the powerful, and that the state delivers its verdict. Security services arrest Megatron, beat him, humiliate him, attempt to silence the ideals they cannot argue with. Orion sees the brutality firsthand. He understands Megatron's anger, but he also sees the cost of Megatron's new resolve. Megatron no longer wants to reform, he wants revolution. In IDW, they do not fall apart over a single betrayal, they fall apart over a philosophy that is tearing the world in half. Orion rises into the system, trying to clean it from within. Megatron rises against the system, determined to break it open. Two sparks moving in opposite directions, pulled apart by the gravity of a dying world. But this is the heartbreak of IDW. There was never one moment where they became enemies, just 1,000 small moments where neither could follow the other anymore. In the aligned continuity, the fracture is immediate, violent, and irreversible. Here, Megatron and Orion are partners, allies, two Cybertronians walking into the High Council chamber believing, truly believing, that the world is finally ready to change. Megatron speaks with passion, Orion speaks with clarity. They present a unified vision of a freer Cybertron, and the Council listens. But when the moment comes, they do not choose the miner who sacrificed everything. In the arena, they don't choose the miner who sacrificed everything in the arena, who built the movement from the ground up, who inspired half the planet to stand for the first time in their lives. They choose Orion, not because he's stronger, not because he's wiser, but because he's safe, clean, uncomplicated. Orion accepts the honor with humility, but Megatron feels only the knife. The Council did not just deny him the mantle of Prime, they denied him acknowledgement, validation, justice. In Megatron's optics, they choose the archivist who merely studied the world's suffering over the gladiator who lived it, and in that moment, something breaks in him that will never heal. He believes Orion betrayed him, he believes the Council mocked him, he believes Cybertron has chosen stagnation over freedom. So Megatron stops asking, he stops debating, he stops compromising, he stops hoping the system can be reformed. He walks out of that chamber with a new clarity. If Cybertron fears him, then Cybertron will obey him. If Cybertron denies him, then Cybertron will kneel. If Cybertron rejects his dream, then he will carve a new one from its ruins. This is the wound that aligned Megatron never recovers from. Not a wound of violence, but a wound of humiliation. A wound inflicted by a world he tried to save. In Transformers 1, the break comes not as rejection, but as revelation. Megatron sees himself as the future of Cybertron, the miner chosen by fate, the gladiator forged into something greater, and for a moment, Orion is the one spark who understands him, who matches him in ambition, who argues, debates, dreams, and dares to imagine a different world. They're friends, brothers in purpose, if not in spark. But Cybertron sees something else in Orion, something Megatronus cannot compete with: potential without danger, reform without fear, leadership without revolution. When the Matrix chooses Orion, it is not a humiliation like an aligned, it is the theft of destiny. Megatron watches the future he envisioned crumble. The path he believed was his alone suddenly belongs to someone else. The power he thought he was born for flows into Orion's hands, and the truth dawns on him like a storm. If destiny will not choose him, he will choose himself. 3 universes, 3 different wounds, but the same outcome every time. Megatron and Orion Pax become enemies not because they disagree, but because they cannot coexist. Megatron's revolution demands total change. Orion's reform demands stability. Megatron sees a world that must be shattered. Orion sees one that can still be saved. Megatron believes Cybertron must be reborn from struggle. Orion believes Cybertron must be protected from it. And once the Council elevates Orion, whether through ceremony or ideology, through destiny or through institutional preference, the divide becomes permanent. What was once admiration turns to resentment. What was once partnership becomes opposition. What was once brotherhood becomes war. This is the turning point of Megatron's life. The tragedy that every continuity confirms. He did not begin as a tyrant. He did not begin as a conqueror. He began as someone who believed the world could be better. But when the world chose someone else to lead it, someone safer, someone gentler, someone less willing to tear apart the structures holding Cybertron together, Megatron made his choice. If Cybertron could not rise with him, it would rise under him. This is the moment the Brotherhood breaks. This is the wound that never heals. This is the spark that ignites the war. Brotherhoods don't end with one choice, they end with every choice that follows. And once Megatron lost to Ryan Pax, he didn't just lose a friend, he lost the last voice capable of pulling him back from the edge. Because after that day, something in him calcified. The miner who wrote manifestos became the commander who issued ultimatums. The revolutionary who fought for freedom became the warlord who believed only he could define it. And Cybertron, already cracking under the weight of its own history, became the proving ground for this new truth. If peace could not be given, it would be taken. And from this point forward, the war stops being a reaction, it becomes a vocation. Every battlefield an argument, every conquest a sermon, every fallen soldier another line in the scripture Megatron carved into creation. Optimus saw tragedy in the ruins around him. Megatron saw potential. Because for him, war was no longer a means to an end. War was the end. The crucible in which he believed the new Cybertron could finally be forged. And once a dream needs energon to survive, the dreamer is already gone. Some wars are fought to win. Megatron's war was fought to become. Because once the Brotherhood shattered, once Optimus became a Prime and Megatron became the antithesis to everything that title stood for, the revolution no longer resembled the dream that began in the mines. It mutated, and so did he. The war didn't just reshape Cybertron, it reshaped Megatron's spark. In the early days, his forces were idealists, workers, voices of the ignored, but war corrodes idealism faster than rust. And sooner than anyone realized, even Megatron himself, the Decepticons stopped being a movement. They became an empire. Meetings became orders, debates became decrees, followers became subjects, and Megatron, once a voice for the voiceless, now demanded absolute silence from anyone who challenged him. In IDW, this turn is brutal and unmistakable. A leader born from oppression becomes the architect of executions, judging who deserves to live in the Cybertron he imagined, and who was simply in his way. The bot who once wrote essays on freedom begins killing dissenters in the name of liberation. He doesn't notice the contradiction, he only notices the resistance. Because once Megatron believed he alone was the axis around which justice could spin, every alternative path looked like treason. Cybertron didn't simply fear Megatron, it obeyed him. Not because he inspired them now, but because he commanded them. And this is where the dream begins to cannibalize the dreamer. Animated takes his evolution and gives it a mask so polished it gleams. Here, Megatron is almost regal, controlled, deliberate, a tyrant who doesn't rule from the shadows, but through sheer charisma and absolute certainty. His voice carries a strange comfort, a cold assurance that the world makes sense under his dominion. If Optimus represents humility, Megatron represents inevitability. This version doesn't rage, he dictates. He speaks in the tone of someone who believes the universe has already agreed to his terms. The tyranny isn't chaotic, it's curated, elegant, strategic. Where IDW's Megatron becomes monstrous through rage, Animated's Megatron becomes monstrous through order. A tyrant who believes the most compassionate thing he can do is take choice away. And beneath both versions lies the same rot. The war could have ended, he just never wanted it to. Because peace would force him to confront what he had become. War allowed him to pretend he was still moving towards something better. But nowhere is Megatron's descent more viscerally captured than in live-action films, particularly the Battle of Chicago. This is the emotional centerpiece of Megatron's modern legacy, not because it redefines his ideology, but because it stripped away whatever ideology he still pretended to have. Chicago is not a battlefield, it's a massacre. There is no rhetoric, no revolution, no philosophical justification, just bodies. Buildings collapsing, civilians vaporized, a city turned into a monument of ash and steel. In Megatron, he stands at the center of it all, not as a liberator, not even as a conqueror, but as a force of devastation. Optimus sees Chicago as trauma. Megatron sees it as leverage. Optimus wants to protect the dying. Megatron wants the survivors to sit. Optimus hesitates, grieves, questions. Megatron seizes advantage, demands obedience, mocks suffering. This Megatron is a king of ruins, his throne built from the bones of a city humanity will never forget, and Transformer fans will never forgive. The war is no longer about Cybertron, it's about domination for its own sake, and in that moment, something terrifying becomes clear. Megatron is no longer revolutionary. He's a predator who has learned how to speak. Optimus sees loss, Megatron sees opportunity. Across continuities, this contrast becomes the dividing line between their souls. Optimus sees every battle as a failure. Megatron sees every battle as a lesson. Optimus is haunted by the sparks lost on both sides. Megatron counts sparks like currency. Optimus would ask, what will this cost? Megatron asks, what will this buy? Optimus carries the weight of the fallen. Megatron carries only the ambition of the future. This is why the war never ends. Not because Megatron can't win, but because Megatron doesn't want it to. A world at peace would leave him purposeless. A world in conflict gives him reason to exist. To Optimus, war is tragedy. But to Megatron, war is validation. Every scar proves he was right. Every body proves he was chosen. Every victory proves destiny favors him. Megatron convinces himself that the war is a burden, when the truth is far darker. The war is his identity. There is an almost theological undertone to Megatron's transformation. Across lore, he begins as a servant of the system, someone expected to toil quietly in the dark, and like every mythic rebel who rises from the underworld, he begins to believe the light belongs to him alone. And here, the Lucifer comparison becomes unavoidable. Both began as voices challenging an order they believed is unjust. Both attracted followers through brilliance and charisma. Both believed they could rule better than the creators. And both fell from the cause they once championed into a tyranny of their own making. He wanted control more than peace, and that is the truth of Megatron. Because control could be shaped, control could be justified, control could never betray him the way Orion Pax did. Peace, however, required trust. And Megatron lost the ability to trust long before he lost the ability to love. In the end, he doesn't just ascend, he ascends alone. A king without subjects, a conqueror without joy, a savior who destroyed the world he wanted to save. At this stage in his evolution, Megatron's leadership becomes something more than conquest. It becomes self-reinforcement. Every time Cybertron burns, he tells himself the fire is cleansing. Every time he imposes order, he tells himself chaos demanded it. Every time someone dies, he tells himself the cause required it. The war stops being a battlefield, it becomes a mirror. And in that mirror, Megatron sees not the miner he once was, but the god he believes he is becoming. That's why he cannot be stopped, not because the Autobots stand against him, not because Optimus refuses to yield, not because the Decepticons need him, because the moment the war ends, Megatron would face the one truth he cannot bear. He destroyed Cybertron with the same brutality used against him. His revolution has devoured its prophet, his ideology has erased its author, his dreams has cannibalized the dreamer. Look closely at Megatron's leadership across continuities and a pattern emerges. He centralizes power, he eliminates rivals, he weaponizes loyalty, he punishes dissent, he creates crises to justify further control. It's not accidental. It's the inevitable endpoint of a revolutionary who mistakes himself for a revolution. In G1, this manifests as simple tyranny. Megatron seeks power because power is there to be taken. In Animated, it becomes strategic dominion. Megatron sees himself as the rightful ruler of Cybertron and views Optimus as an obstacle to order. In IDW, it becomes ideological purification. Megatron believes the weak must be removed, the corrupt destroyed, and the true Cybertron reforged. In the Bayverse, it becomes cosmic predation. Megatron is no longer political, he's apocalyptic. Every universe tells the same truth in a different language. Once Megatron decided he was the only Cybertronian who deserved to shape the future, no one else's spark mattered. The dream became a kingdom, the kingdom became a throne, the throne became a prison, and the prisoner was Megatron. Megatron never won the war, but he also never truly lost it. Because the war was never about victory, it was about identity. Megatron didn't need Cybertron to kneel, he needed Cybertron to resist him, because resistance proved he was powerful enough to crush it. He didn't need Optimus to fall, he needed Optimus to stand, because Optimus was the last reminder of who he used to be. He didn't need peace. Peace would have killed the myth he carved out of pain. Megatron needed the war to last forever, because the war was the only place where he still felt like the hero he once dreamed of becoming. In that way, Megatron is not just a villain, he's a warning. A revolutionary who mistook power for purpose, a leader who mistook domination for destiny, a spark who mistook suffering for truth. And once a dream demands the world bow before it, that dream is no longer liberation, it's hunger. Megatron did not simply fight the war, he became it. And the war, in turn, consumed him. War consumes everything, cities, armies, brothers. But its cruelest feast is the one who wages it. Because after millennia of conquest, after the betrayals and the massacres, After the ideology rotted into an appetite for power, Megatron begins to feel something he was certain he had buried long ago. Not doubt, not regret, something stranger. Fatigue. The kind that settles into metal and memory, the kind that makes even the tyrants look at the ashes and ask, what was all this for? And when a warlord grows tyrant, the universe changes. Some call it awakening, some call it guilt, some call it survival instinct wearing a softer mask. But Megatron, he calls it clarity. He says he wants peace now. He says he wants forgiveness. He says he wants to rebuild what he helped destroy. And maybe he means it. Or maybe this is simply his last, most sophisticated transformation, the final evolution of a tyrant who once believed destiny bowed to him. Because even the darkest figures in scripture understood this truth. Even Satan disguised himself as an angel of light. Which raises the question we face next. When Megatron reaches for redemption, is it healing? Or is it just another way to hold power? Redemption or delusion? Redemption is a word we use too easily. A word we give to people we want to believe in. A word that can blind us to difference between true change and a clever mask. And in the long, violent history of Cybertron, no name makes that question more dangerous than Megatron. For generations, Megatron wasn't just the tyrant, the shadow over Cybertron, the architect of its ruin, the spark to turn revolution into genocide. And yet, across continuities, something happens that no one, not Optimus, not the Autobots, not even Megatron himself, ever expected. He stops. Not because he's defeated, but because he loses faith in his cause, but because something deeper shifts inside him. A weariness, a reckoning, a moment where the monster looks in the mirror and sees not destiny, but devastation. The question is simple. The answer is not. Megatron's heel turn is so seismic it feels like a myth. After ages of brutality, he surrenders. Voluntarily. No grand battle, no spectacular defeat, he simply walks into Autobot custody and asks to be judged. And the galaxy erupts. Because how do you try someone whose sin spans millennia? How do you weigh the death of worlds? How do you sentence a bot who has rewritten the moral architecture of the universe? Megatron doesn't flee this question, he demands it. In the courtroom, he sits calm, almost serene. He admits to every atrocity, every order, every death. He does not defend himself, he does not justify himself. The warlord who once believed he alone could shape Cybertron now believes Cybertron has the right to decide what he deserves. And in that moment, something impossible happened. Megatron feels guilt. Not the performative guilt of a politician, not the sullen guilt of someone who wants a shorter sentence. A grief so vast, like he's finally feeling the weight of every spark he extinguished. But guilt alone is not redemption. Even the most dangerous monsters can regret the consequences of their own ambition without understanding the harm they've done to others. IDW forces Megatron, and us, to confront this uncomfortable truth. Does repentance count if the only person you're sorry for is yourself? That trial leads to a moment so controversial, it shook the Transformers community. Megatron becomes an Autobot. Not as a prisoner, not as a covert agent, as a part of a crew. He's placed aboard the Lost Light, a ship filled with people who suffer directly from his rule. They hate him, they fear him, some want him dead, and yet, Megatron tries. He studies, he listens, he reflects, he apologizes, not for the war, but for what he became inside of it. And for a time, it feels real. He mourns the dead, he protects the innocent, he questions the dogma he once wrote, he even forged something like friendships. But healing is not the same as absolution. And aboard that ship, one truth gnaws at him with every quiet cycle. No matter how far he travels, he can't outrun the spilled energon. Because every good deed becomes a shadow of the horrors he committed. Every moment of peace is haunted by memories of a pain he caused. Every step forward is weighed by the knowledge that billions of sparks will never have the chance to take one. This is the burden Megatron carries, the burden of a survivor whose survival cost the world itself. And eventually, this burden breaks him. He realizes he cannot be who he was, but he also realizes he cannot become the person he wants to be. And in that tension, his redemption arc becomes something stranger, something harder to name, something tragic. Not triumph, not forgiveness, but resignation. Resignation to the truth that he can never be who he was, and can never become who he wants to be. Resignation to existing in the space between monster and martyr, a space with no name, no glory, no peace. Across every continuity where Mega's long enough to confront his legacy, the same threat emerges. He's tired. Not battlefield tired, not physically exhausted, existentially tired. War was his purpose, victory was his justification, Domination was his proof he was right, but age turns even tyranny into tedium. In some stories, this fatigue turns to reflection, and others bitterness, and others delusion. But the spark behind his optics no longer burns with the fire of a revolutionary. It flickers, it doubts, it dims. And the dangerous thing about this tyrant is this: they often mistake fatigue for enlightenment. They think stopping the violence makes them virtuous. They think laying down their weapon makes them wise. They think their remorse is enough to erase their sins. But remorse, without accountability, is just vanity, and Megatron, for all his brilliance, is vulnerable to that vanity. If your entire life was built on the belief that you were the only one who could save the world, that even your repentance becomes another way of centering yourself. This is the razor on which Megatron's redemption rests. Is he seeking forgiveness, or is he seeking significance? Earthspark offers a different vision of Megatron, one where he not only abandons the Decepticon cause, but actively works with humans, Autobots, even families. Gone is the general who commands legions. Gone is the tyrant who speaks in absolutes. He trades his throne for an armored alt mode and a soldier's simplicity. He fights only when necessary. He protects humans as fiercely as he once oppressed them. He shows genuine love for the Malto family. He challenges Ghost when they mistreat the very Decepticons he used to command. He is no longer trying to rule the world. He is trying to fit in it. But even here, the questions linger. He wants the Decepticons to be treated fairly, yet he was the one who radicalized many of them. He wants peace, yet peace only arrived after his wars burned Cybertron beyond repair. He wants to mentor the next generation, yet the last generation he mentored became soldiers in a war they never asked for. And that's what makes Earthspark Megatron so compelling. He's trying to heal a wound he inflicted, not because the world needs him, but because he cannot bear to be the monster he once became. Is that redemption, or simply a bot trying to escape his own legacy? Earthspark offers the most hopeful vision of Megatron, but hope is not the same as absolution, because even the kindest version of Megatron cannot undo the cruelest one. And that is the weight he carries in every universe, the knowledge that his best self will always be haunted by its worst. Here we reach the fulcrum of his entire character. Megatron is not simply a political radical turned tyrant. His story touches something ancient, something biblical. In myth, the greatest villains are never mindless. They're fallen ideals, broken angels, beings who believed they were chosen, righteous, enlightened, and use that belief to justify atrocities. They figure they resemble most is not a conqueror, it's a tempter, a leader, a luminary, a being once capable of greatness. But as scripture warns, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. So what do we make of Megatron's softer years? His apologies, his mentorship, his new alliances? Is it the light of redemption, or the dangerous glow of a self-certainty returning to a new form? Because the hardest truth is this: Megatron does not repent by becoming small. He repents by becoming important in a different way. He wants to be the one who saves. He wants to be the one who rebuilds. He wants to be the one who teaches. In other words, he still wants to be the center. The tyrant may have discarded his crown, but he never stopped being a figure who needs a throne, even if that throne is carved from guilt instead of glory. What makes Megatron fascinating is that every continuity treats his redemption differently. IDW asks if guilt is enough. Earthspark asks if change is possible. Aligned asks whether friendship can ever truly heal the wounds of betrayal. G1 asks nothing, because G1 Megatron never seeks forgiveness at all. But taken together, a pattern emerges across the multiverse. Megatron wants redemption. He even strives for it. But wanting redemption and deserving redemption are not the same thing. And that's a tragic fact at the heart of his later years. He is no longer the tyrant who wants to rule. He is the survivor who wants to be understood. He seeks meaning in the ruins he created. He seeks mercy from the universe he once scorched. He seeks an identity not built on domination, but on absolution. Yet absolution cannot be taken. It must be given. And the people Megatron harmed, the billions he killed, the soldiers he manipulated, the worlds he ravaged, cannot speak anymore. There is no one left alive who can forgive him, so Megatron walks with a burden no Prime ever carried. A redemption story without anyone to redeem him. Is that noble? Is that delusion? Is that punishment? Or is it the final proof that even Megatron, even at his gentlest, cannot escape the shadow he cast across the cosmos? In the end, redemption for Megatron is not a path. It's a question. One that haunts him, one that haunts us, one that will never have a definitive answer. Because redemption requires two things Megatron never had: a world willing to forgive him, and a self willing to disappear. And Megatron, brilliant, broken, brutal, tender, and unexpected moments, has never known how to be anything but central to the story. Megatron is not redeemed. Megatron is not condemned. Megatron is searching for a peace he cannot earn, for a future he cannot shape, for a forgiveness that may never come, redemption or delusion. Only the shadow of the warlord can tell. Redemption, guilt, delusion, rebirth. Megatron has worn all of them like armor, but if there's one thing his long life teaches us, it's this. There is no single Megatron. Every continuity looks at him and sees something different. A tyrant, a revolutionary, a monster, a martyr, a warning. Cybertron keeps reinventing him because Megatron is not just a character. He's a myth, a shape the story takes whenever it needs us to ask the hardest questions. What does power do to a good man? What does obsession do to a great one? And how far can a spark fall until there's no light left to disguise itself with? We've seen the miner, we've seen the revolutionary, we've seen the warlord, we've seen the penitent. But if they're only fragments of a much larger figure, faces carved across universes, each revealing a different truth about who Megatron is, and what he could have been. So now, we widen the lens, we step across continuities, across timelines, across interpretations, to meet the Megatrons who built a legend, and the ones who broke it. Megatron is not a single story, the constellation of them, a myth refracted through decades, reshaped by every era, every medium and writer who needed a villain powerful enough to challenge the very idea of hope. Each continuity looks at Megatron and asks a different question, each answers with a different face, and through these faces, a pattern emerges. Megatron endures because the world always has more than one fear for him to wear. Let's meet them. G1, the Warlord. The archetype, the template, the shadow every later Megatron stands inside. If Megatron has a pure form, this is it. Not morally, but structurally. G1 Megatron is the embodiment of power for power's sake. Not a fallen revolutionary, not a betrayed idealist, not a philosopher twisted into a tyrant. He is the ambition in its simplest, sharpest shape. He wants the throne because the throne exists. He wants the Matrix because Optimus has it. He wants Cybertron because it is his by right. There is no tragedy beneath the metal, no broken dream to mourn, no friendship to grieve, and in that absence, G1 Megatron becomes something even more iconic. A blueprint. The warlord whose voice shakes empires, the tyrant whose rage bends armies, the villains whose very name becomes synonymous with domination. He is the absence of nuance, a blade without rust, a threat without hesitation, and for that reason, he remains the foundation upon which every future Megatron is built, or built to surpass. The Bay films give us something older, darker, a conqueror whose age is calcified into cruelty. Bayverse Megatron is not ancient in years, but in purpose. He does not fight for revolution or philosophy. He fights because conflict is the only environment in which a spark can breathe. Across these films, Megatron resurrects again and again, like a broken demigod clawing his way out of myth. Frozen tyrant, reforged weapon, diseased creature of metal and malice. Each body he wears is worse than the last. Each form breaks, but his rage survives. Mutating, festering, refusing to die. And then there's Chicago. The Battle of Chicago is not a war, it's a cataclysm. Buildings collapse like paper, civilians are vaporized mid-run, a city is devoured by a conflict it never invited. Megatron stands among the ruins not as a leader, but as an apex predator. Optimus sees tragedy, Megatron sees opportunity, another fallen world to build a kingdom of ashes upon. His brutality overshadows his strategy. His survival overshadows his purpose. He's no longer a king fighting to reclaim a throne. He is a fallen king, clinging to violence because it's the only thing left that proves he exists. IDW. The most layered, most ambitious, most intellectually dangerous Megatron ever written. Where G1 gives us a tyrant, IDW gives us the entire arc. Poet, revolutionary, warlord, tyrant, prisoner, penitent. This Megatron begins as a thinker, his words ignite movements, his essays challenge the Senate, his philosophy inspires a generation, then his ideas curdle. Violence consumes necessity, reform turns into cleansing fire. In IDW, Megatron becomes an idea as much as a person, the political gravity so strong it warps every spark around him. Cybertron's moral paradox is written to his frame. He is the victim and the villain, the liberator and the butcher, the philosopher who believed in equality, and the tyrant who believed only he could define it. And then comes the impossible. He begins to repent. He stands trial, he confesses, he joins the Autobots, not as a spy or a weapon, but as someone desperate to rebuild the world he destroyed. IDW Megatron is not redeemed. He is not forgiven. He is not absolved. He is aware, and that awareness becomes a curse. No other continuity lets Megatron face the weight of his sins so directly, or shows how heavy that weight truly is. If G1 Megatron is the warlord, IDW Megatron is the philosopher who became one, and then spent the rest of his life trying to become something else. Before the warlord, before the revolutionary, before the tyrant, there was simply a miner named D16. Transformers 1 shows us the Megatron who came before the myth, a young, idealistic Energon miner who believed in rules, order, and structure. Someone who admired Megatronus Prime not because of power, but because of principle. This Megatron had a friend, a bright-eyed miner named Orion Pax, who sneaks into archives and dreams like an archivist. He has hopes, he has purpose, he even has a moral compass, but the world breaks him. Corruption, deception, but violence. Truth reveals that shattered the foundations of everything he believed Cybertron was. And in that moment, the moment the universe proves it will never reward obedience, D16 cracks. He realizes the system he worshipped was built on lies. He realizes the order he upheld was a cage. He realizes the power he trusted has already chosen who it wishes to exploit. The seeds of greatness are planted, but right beside them, the seeds of damnation. Because every tyrant begins as someone who sees the world for what it is, and decides they can fix it through force. Transformers 1 gives us the first spark of that decision, the spark that will one day ignite a war spanning universes. Not every version of Megatron fits cleanly into these archetypes. Some twist the myth, some parody it, some deepen it in ways that demand their own spotlight. Animated Megatron, the regal tyrant, a general as refined as his ruthlessness. Cyberverse Megatron, the charismatic gladiator whose tragedy unfolds in real time. Unicron Trilogy Megatron, the War God, the Ascendant Conqueror who seeks cosmic dominion. Shatterglass Megatron, the hero, the revolutionary who becomes the symbol he hates in every universe. Energon Universe Megatron, the new warlord rising from Skybound's modern reimagining. Each of these Megatrons hold a piece of the myth, a fragment of the tyrant, a glimmer of the fallen king, a whisper of the poet turned warlord, and each deserves a deeper dive. But not today. Today we focus on the four faces that shape Megatron's legacy: the warlord, the fallen king, the redeemed tyrant, and the spark of tyranny itself. All of them true, all of them incomplete, all of them reflections of the same idea, that power, once taken into the spark, reshapes everything it touches, even the one who wields it. Across universes, across timelines, across the shifting mirrors of continuity, Megatron changes his face, but never his lesson. Every version reveals a different facet, yet each returns to the same truth. Megatron isn't a tyrant because he's strong, he's a tyrant because he's certain. Certain he's right, certain he sees what others cannot, certain the world will only be saved when he finally bends to his will. And that certainty, unyielding, unquestioned, holy in its conviction, is the thread tying every Megatron together. G1's Conqueror, Bay vs. Fallen King, IDW's Repentant Revolutionary, the young miner in Transformers 1 who believes the system is broken and only he knows how to fix it. All of them are built on the same foundation, a spark that mistakes clarity for truth, and truth for destiny. Megatron's many faces show us his power, but his patterns show us something far more important. Not who he was, but what he warns us about becoming. Megatron is one of the greatest villains in pop culture, not because of the destruction he caused, not because of the war he waged, and not because of the fear his name inspires. Megatron endures because he embodies something far more dangerous, the tyranny of certainty. He is what happens when a righteous man becomes so convinced of his insight, so assured of his truth, that he ceases to believe anyone else deserves a voice. And once a person reaches that point, once they begin to confuse clarity with righteousness, the line between justice and cruelty dissolves. Megatron doesn't cross that line by accident. He crosses it with purpose. Because in his spark, the logic is simple. If the world is broken, if the powerful are corrupt, if the innocent are suffering, then isn't force the only language worth speaking? Isn't mercy just another form of surrender? Isn't compromise just another cage? Megatron teaches us that evil doesn't always masquerade as chaos. Sometimes, it marches under the banner of order. Sometimes, it speaks in the voice of a bot who believes, deeply, fiercely, that he is doing what must be done. And that is what makes him terrifying, not his ambition, his purpose. When Megatron looks at the world, he does not see complexity, he sees clarity. The Senators corrupt, remove them. The Functionists are oppressive, break them. The Autobots stand in the way, erase them. It is a worldview so distilled, so sharpened, that it's become a weapon unto itself. Megatron does not merely act with certainty, he lives with it. And certainty, once unchallenged, does something terrible to a person. It removes doubt, It removes hesitation. It removes empathy. Because if you are certain you are right, then everyone who disagrees must be wrong, and if they're wrong, then why do they accept obstacles? Megatron becomes a tyrant long before he ever sees his power. He becomes a tyrant the moment he decides he cannot be wrong. Because when you cannot be wrong, you cannot be merciful, and when you cannot be merciful, you cannot be just. This is the lesson he embodies more clearly than any Decepticon creed, any battle cry, any political treaty. Even if you're right, that doesn't make you righteous. Megatron begins his journey as a liberator. That much is undeniable. He rises from the mines, he speaks for the unheard, he challenges systems designed to consume Cybertronians like him. But revolutions are fragile. The same fire that ignites freedom can scorch it. The same fury that shatters chains can forge new ones. Megatron never conquers Cybertron to become a tyrant. He becomes a tyrant because he cannot imagine a world where everyone else guides its future. Revolution demands humility to succeed, but Megatron was never humble. He saw injustice and believed he alone had the will to end it. He saw oppression and believed he alone had the vision to replace it. He saw broken Cybertron and believed he alone could rebuild it. And in that belief, noble intention mutates into authoritarian instinct. The tragedy Megatron personifies. When the oppressed become the oppressor, they never notice until it's too late. When justice becomes vengeance, it still speaks the same language of justice. When ideology becomes identity, compromise feels like betrayal. And Megatron cannot compromise. Not with the Senate, not with the Autobots, not with Optimus, not even with the universe itself. What begins as liberation becomes domination, because the revolutionary who cannot question himself is already halfway to becoming a ruler. Megatron does not corrupt through power, he corrupts through conviction. Megatron sees the truth of Cybertron. The system is broken, the people are suffering, the powerful are indifferent, and he is right. But truth, without humility, is a blade, a weapon that cuts indiscriminately. Humility is what keeps truth from becoming cruelty. Humility is what prevents justice from becoming tyranny. Humility is what separates leadership from domination. Megatron has truth. He has vision. He has strength. What he lacks is humility. So his truth becomes harsh, his justice becomes violent, his leadership becomes control. He does not persuade, he imposes. He does not guide, he commands. He does not listen, he corrects. And the terrifying thing, Megatron believes this is kindness. He believes he's saving Cybertron from itself. He believes order must be forced because chaos is too gentle a teacher. This is the tragedy woven through every Megatron and every continuity. Truth without humility becomes cruelty. Justice without mercy becomes tyranny. Megatron embodies both sides of the equation, the noble intention and the terrible result. He is the hero of his own story and the villain of everyone else's. This is the core of Megatron's legacy. This is what separates him from Optimus Prime, not strength, not intellect, not destiny, but perspective. Optimus sees the world through the lens of responsibility. Megatron sees it through the lens of righteousness. Optimus believes in mercy because he has known loss. Megatron believes in domination because he has known injustice. Optimus leads through doubt. Megatron leads through certainty. And it is that certainty, the belief that he cannot be wrong, that makes Megatron dangerous even when he seeks peace. It's why IDW Megatron struggles with redemption. It's why Earthspark Megatron carries guilt like armor. It's why every continuity returns to the question he embodies. Someone who believes they are chosen ever truly change. Because righteousness, once unchallenged, becomes doctrine. And doctrine, once hardened, becomes violence. Even if you're right, even if your vision is justified, even if your cause is noble, that doesn't make it righteous. Righteousness isn't a conviction, it's a practice. And Megatron never learns how to practice it. Megatron's downfall is not rage, it is not cruelty, it is not ambition. Megatron's downfall is moral clarity without grace. He sees injustice clearly, he sees suffering clearly, he sees the failures of society clearly, but he never sees people clearly. He sees sparks as symbols, he sees citizens as soldiers, he sees dissent as betrayal, he sees weakness as waste. Without grace, his clarity becomes brutality. Without grace, his justice becomes punishment. Without grace, his leadership becomes tyranny. Grace is the ability to see value in others. Grace is the ability to hear voices that contradict your own. Grace is the ability that lets someone else be right, and Megatron cannot allow that. Not because he's cruel, but because he's convinced. Convinced the world needs him, convinced his vision is absolute, convinced that liberation must be enforced, convinced that mercy is weakness. This is the tragedy beneath every atrocity he commits. Megatron does not believe he's a villain. He believes he's the only one brave enough to do what must be done. And that belief, that burning certainty, destroys everything. his friendships, his revolution, his world, and in some continuities, even himself. In the end, Megatron teaches us a lesson older than Cybertron, older than kings, older than war. Evil does not always roar. Sometimes it speaks calmly. Sometimes it speaks beautifully. Sometimes it speaks with conviction. And that's why it's so seductive. Megatron is a warning. A leader without humility becomes a tyrant. A visionary without mercy becomes a monster. A revolutionary without grace becomes the very thing he hates. Megatron shows us the danger of conviction without compassion, of truth without humility, of justice without grace. He is the spark that proves even the noblest intentions can calcify into tyranny when a leader can no longer question himself. But Megatron's story doesn't end with a lesson he failed to learn. It endures because of what he left behind. Every revolution he touched, every soldier he inspired, every world he scarred, became part of a myth larger than the miner, the warlord, or the penitent standing at its center. Cybertron rebuilt itself, the Autobots carried on, the Decepticons fractured, reformed, or repented. But Megatron, he became an idea, a warning, a symbol, a legend whispered across continuities. And that's the paradox of Megatron's legacy. He wanted to free Cybertron, he wanted to remake it, he wanted to save it, but instead, he became the shadow that defines it. So now we step beyond the bot, the tyrant, the revolutionary, and into the imprint he carved into Cybertron's history. What remains after the warlord is gone. Megatron's story is the story of Cybertron, not because he shaped its future, but because he exposed its soul. Long after the battles fade, long after the factions crumble, long after even Optimus Prime becomes a memory whispered through Energon lines, and Megatron remains. Not as a warrior, not as a leader, not even as a villain, but as a myth. Because Megatron is bigger than any one continuity can contain. He is the question every Cybertronian age asks itself. What becomes of a world that cannot save the person who tried to save it by force? Cybertron has known many tyrants. It has known conquerors. It has known warmongers whose lust for domination scores its metallscape. But Megatron stands apart because he is all of these things, and none of them alone. He began as a miner, he became a revolutionary, he ascended as a warlord, he fell as a monster, he wandered as a penitent. Each stage leaves a mark. To the Autobots, he's the architect of suffering. To surviving Decepticons, he is a god, a betrayer, a prophet, or a ghost. To the galaxy, he is a reminder that Cybertron's war was never just one conflict. It was a fracture in the moral order of the universe. Because Megatron's myth persists, because he sits at the crossroads of every great cultural narrative. The rise of the oppressed, the corruption of power, the fall of ideals, the impossible hope for redemption. Heroes inspire, but villains warn. Megatron does both, and that's why he endures. Noble villains occupy a sacred, dangerous space. They are the ones who seek justice without love, order with compassion, purpose without self-awareness. They become tyrants not because they're malicious, but because they're right, or at least believe they are. Megatron stands beside figures like Macbeth, Ahab, Ozymandias, even Lucifer in his earliest mythic form. Leaders who fall because they cannot imagine a universe that does not bend to truth they alone can see. That is why Megatron resonates, not as a monster, but as a mirror. He shows us the shadow side of conviction. He shows us how ideas can fossilize into dogma. He shows us what happens when a hero refuses to admit he has become the villain. And across universes, Megatron's character is built with startling consistency. He begins with empathy, fighting for the forgotten. He acquires power and uses it in service of certainty. He loses compassion, believing mercy weakens the revolution. He becomes what he fought, an oppressor crowned with purpose. Megatron is noble not because he's good, but because he begins good and transforms that goodness into something terrible. The noble villain is the cautionary tale of every age, the figure who reminds us that the difference between savior and tyrant is smaller than we'd like to believe. There are villains we fear, there are villains we hate, then there are villains we study. Megatron belongs to the third category, the villains who are not merely antagonists, but philosophies wearing a mask. We return to Megatron because his story asks questions we cannot escape. How does a revolution lose its way? How does justice turn into punishment? How does a leader become a tyrant while believing he is still a savior? Megatron forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that evil does not always come from darkness. Sometimes, it comes from a spark that once burned with hope. We return to Megatron because he is the story of ambition unrestrained, because he is the shape noble intentions take when they rot, because he embodies the terrifying notion that you can be tragically, catastrophically wrong, while believing with your whole spark that you're right. In that way, Megatron is not just a villain, he is a warning passed down across generations, because the one who wants to fix the world and cannot imagine anyone else doing it. Megatron teaches us that tyranny does not begin with cruelty. It begins with clarity, with certainty, with the belief that violence is merely another tool in the hands of the righteous. We return to Megatron because the world continues to create men like him, leaders who idealism calcifies into absolutism, who love justice more than they love people, and Megatron becomes the myth they ask. What happens when someone tries to save a broken system by breaking it further? And Megatron embodies the guiding principle they face. What happens when someone tries to save a broken system by breaking it further? Megatron's legacy is not one story. It's the constellation of contradictions, a liberator who became an oppressor, a miner who became a king, a visionary who could not see himself clearly, a murderer who later sought mercy, a tyrant who sometimes longed for peace, a revolutionary who forgot what he was fighting for, a monster who believed he was still a messiah. These contradictions do not weaken him, they define him. Megatron is compelling because he contains multitudes, because he is the kind of villain who reveals a truth we rarely admit. The distance between hero and tyrant is measured not in intentions, but in humility. And Megatron never learned the humility. Not in the mines, not in the gladiator pits, not on the throne of Cybertron, not even at the end of his long, violent life. His legacy, then, is neither victory nor redemption. It's this: a tyrant who meant well and destroyed everything anyway. When the last blast fades and the battlefield cools, when the Autobots honor their fallen and the Decepticons reckon with what they've become, what remains of Megatron? Not his victories, not his empire, not even his sins. What remains is the question he forces us to ask. How do you stop yourself from becoming the villain who once fought? Megatron's story ends differently in every universe, but his legacy, his true legacy, never changes. He is the spark that warns us that power without humility becomes tyranny, and certainty without compassion becomes cruelty. Megatron's myth survived because it must, because every generation needs a reminder that even the brightest ideals can cast the darkest shadows, that even the most righteous cause can become a cage in the hands of the wrong leader. In the end, Megatron does not teach us how to fight a tyrant, he teaches us how to not become one. Thank you for joining us on this long descent into the life of Megatron. To understand him, you can't start with the Empire, or the Decepticon crest, or the silence of the worlds he burned. You have to go back to the minds of Kaon, back to the chains, back to the spark who believed the universe had forgotten him. Because everything Megatron became, the revolutionary, the tyrant, the fallen king, all of it begins in the darkness. Down there, he learned a truth he never forgot. The power makes gods of the unworthy, and ghosts of the innocent. And he swore he would never be either one. But here's the tragedy. The Senate hated him. He became them. Not in their wealth, not in their refinement, but in their certainty, their conviction that order must be forced, their belief that dissent was treason, the insistence that the world would only be saved when it obeyed. Megatron didn't inherit their cruelty, he recreated it, because in trying to be the savior, he became the judge, and no one is worthy of that throne. Not Optimus, not the Primes, not the Senate, not even Megatron himself. He wanted to free Cybertron, but freedom enforced by one spark is not freedom at all. It's devotion. It's obedience. It is worship carved out of fear. And yet, beneath the armor, beneath the brutality, beneath the centuries of violence, there is still the trace of a miner who wanted a better world. And that's the part that haunts us. Because Megatron is not a monster made of malice. He is a tyrant made of ideals. A leader who once saw injustice clearly and loved justice more than he loved people. A revolutionary who wanted to break the system, became the system's final unanswerable sin. His legacy is not the Decepticons, it's a warning they carry. That the difference between a hero and a tyrant is not strength, but humility. That certainty can hollow a spark faster than hatred. That righteousness can damn a world faster than cruelty. Megatron didn't fall because he was weak. He fell because he convinced he couldn't. And in that belief, he forged a destiny even darker than the minds that birthed him. History remembers him as a warlord, a conqueror, a tyrant. But the truth is far simpler and far more terrifying. He didn't fall, he chose. And maybe, in this place, he would too. If this resonated with you, I'd love to hear it. Which Megatron shaped you the most and why? Drop a comment, let's keep this conversation going. And if you want more deep dives like this, hit subscribe. We're just getting started. So stay sharp, stay grounded, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, even the noblest ideas can cast the darkest shadows. But how does a loyal follower become the executioner of his own beliefs? To understand Tarn, we have to strip away the mask. And behind that fearsome voice, that unrelenting conviction, was a name once spoken without fear, Optimus. Long before his name was spoken with dread, before he was the masked executioner of the Decepticon cause, he was Optimus, not a tyrant, not a fanatic, just a gifted, burdened spark in a dying world. Forged into existence as a rare 0.1%er, Optimus was a statistical anomaly. Transformers like him, born with uniquely intense sparks, often drew fear, fascination, or reverence. But Cybertron, especially in its twilight under the Functionist regime, had no room for miracles, only for function, order, control. To be different was dangerous. To be powerful without purpose was criminal. And Optimus wasn't just rare. He was an outlier, a transformer with abilities that defied classification. His power, the ability to disable a non-sentient machinery with a single touch. But each use came at a price. The backlash tore through his systems like wildfire, leaving pain and damage behind. He could bring entire engines to a halt, yet bear the scars for every second it lasted. He was sent to the Jackson Academy of Advanced Technology. On the surface, it was prestigious. In truth, it was a containment zone for the exceptional, for those who might one day serve the state or be silenced by it. His abilities were studied, his brain patterns analyzed, his identity hidden from both the Senate and the Functionist Council. To them, he was a prototype, a project, a weapon in waiting. But the Senate's fear of outliers ran deep, and their cruelty deeper. Sometime before the plot surrounding Optimus Prime, Optimus was arrested and subjected to Emperata, whether for a suspected act of rebellion or simply for existing outside of their design. The punishment was brutal. His hands and face were removed and replaced with lifeless machinery. His name was stripped, his records altered, and in his place stood a broken shell, known only as Glitch. And Glitch faded into the margins of Cybertronian society. But the story didn't end there. The Cybertronian Senate, growing desperate to maintain control, planted a false matrix of leadership inside the corpse of Optimus Prime. The plot was a trap, meant to detonate during a public funeral, frame the Decepticon, and justify a sweeping authoritarian crackdown. But Orion Pax uncovered the truth. And with the help of Senator Shockwave, he launched a plan to stop the detonation. He needed a team, bots he could trust, and Glitch, along with Windcharger and Skids, were recruited for the mission. Glitch's task was critical. Disable the Basilica's deflector beams, allowing access to the corpse without triggering defenses. He succeeded, despite a hiccup. A power surge from his touch jammed Skid's grappling hook mid-session, but the plan worked. The bomb was disarmed. Civil war averted. For a moment, there was hope, but not for Glitch. Soon after, the Senate retaliated, turning on its own. Shockwave was punished with a second act of violence. Not only was he subjected to Emperata, but his mind was broken by shadow play. The cold, analytical figure history remembers was forged in that moment. But Glitch, he was already broken, already remade. The Senate had discarded him long before they discarded their own, and still, he endured. 4 million years ago, a hotspot, the first in a million years, ignited in the Allion region of Cybertron. Orion Pax, Roller, Windcharger, and a ragtag group of outliers, including Glitch, fought desperately to defend it. They believed Sentinel Prime's elite guard aimed to destroy the emerging sparks, erasing any future that dared defy Functionist doctrine. The battlefield became a proving ground. Glitch, now armed with refined replacement hands, demonstrated terrifying precision, disabling war machines from afar, collapsing Cirque with a thought. He wasn't just helping Pax anymore, he was standing for something. But then came the visitors from the future. Rodimus and the crew of the Lost Flight arrived by time jump, pretending to be reinforced and sent by Zeta Prime. Among them was Chrome Dome, tasked with a simple yet ominous mission, to preserve the timeline by erasing all memory of their presence. One by one, Chrome Dome shook their hands. The memories of this impossible meeting, of sparks saved and lives changed, were deleted, but not in Glitch. The wipe faltered. Maybe it was his unique spark. Maybe it was fate, but a sliver of memory remained. A voice. A phrase. You should read Megatron's early work. Powerful stuff. In that haunted, fractured mind, one already weighted with pain, rejection, and loss, a new purpose began to form. He found Megatron's writings, not declarations of war, not manifestos of conquest, but poetry, philosophy, rage tempered by reason, a dream of freedom carved into verse. And Optimus, glitch, believed every word. It gave shape to his suffering. It gave meaning to the scars. It gave him something to become. And when the transformation came, it was total. He forged a new name, not to escape his pain, but to weaponize it. Tarn. Damas died the moment he put on the mask. But Tarn needed others. Because belief, no matter how pure, means nothing in silence. So he built a choir of violence, not comrades, not brothers, instruments, each one tuned to a different frequency of fear. Together, they became something Cybertron had never seen before and would never want to see again. The Decepticon Justice Division. Before we continue with this story of the Decepticons' most terrifying enforcers, be sure to hit follow or subscribe on your podcast app. If you're enjoying this exploration of Tarn and his trail of bodies across this incarnation of the Transformers universe from IDW, Disassembled Heroes and Villains drops new episodes every week, spotlighting the icons that shape pop culture. And next week, we explore the near indestructible Overlord. Now, back to the bloody ledger of Tarn and the Decepticon Justice Division. The Decepticon Justice Division didn't just wage war, they cleansed the cosmos of heretics. Long before the galaxy trembled at Tarn's voice, the monster behind the mask was forged in silence, within the walls of Grindcore Prison. In the dying years of the Auto-Decepticon War, Dom, a name already nearly erased, served as commandant of one of the most infamous Decepticon death camps. Not a prison, a factory of despair. Grindcore didn't rehabilitate, it harvested. Prisoners were starved, beaten, kept in perpetual darkness. Some died of neglect, others of despair. For many, death came at the hands of the smelter, the so-called teleportation chamber that reduced prisoners into raw materials for war. And behind every execution, music. Damas would blast the Empyrean Suite, a sacred hymn composed to honor Prima in the Citadel of Light, at maximum volume to drown out the screams of those melting alive. He defiled the song deliberately, a perverse symphony of suffering, a hymn to a fallen faith. But perhaps his cruelest act wasn't mechanical, it was emotional. Among the prisoners was Skids, his former comrade and a being of deep spiritual conviction. Damas told him the smelter was a teleportation device, that if Skids fixed it, 50 prisoners would be freed. And Skids, hopeful, desperate to believe in something good, complied. He even began to see humanity in Damas again, pushed for more releases, trusted the man he used to know, but it was all a lie. Damas had never intended mercy. He used Skids to restart the smelter, then forced him to watch as 50 prisoners, including Skids' cellmate Quark, were melted into material for MTOs, cold, lifeless soldiers for a war that no longer had meaning. Skids didn't just witness genocide, he was an unwilling participant in it, and Damas didn't flinch. He watched the suffering, he orchestrated the horror, and in doing so, he severed the last thread of his own past. From that day forward, the name Damas was dead, only Tarn remained. And with the DJD assembled behind him, the cleansing began in earnest. But Grindcore was only the prelude. What came next wasn't hidden in the shadows of prison. It was performed center stage, across the galaxy. Because Tarn had learned something in Grindcore. Fear isn't enough. To truly enforce loyalty, you have to make examples. And few were more infamous, or more deserving in Tarn's eyes, than Black Shadow. Across star systems and shattered moons, from frontier worlds to forgotten outposts, their names were whispered like a curse. The DJD didn't just leave bodies in their wake, they left messages, etched in energon, broadcast in screams. To them, execution wasn't an end, it was an art, a performance, a sermon, and their victims, each one a verse in Tarn's gospel of obedience. Their reign of terror began with former Decepticons, those who had defected, renounced the cause, or dared speak ill of Megatron's teachings. But as the list grew longer, the definition of traitor grew looser. Black Shadow was among the first high-profile names to be crossed out. Once a Phase 6er like Overlord, Black Shadow was responsible for the deaths of billions. Entire colonies fell by his hand. He slaughtered members of the Wreckers. He even stood victorious against titans like Ultra Magnus and Optimus Prime, but eventually, power wasn't enough. He abandoned the Decepticon ideal. Pleasure and wealth replaced duty and conquest. When the DJD found him, there was no trial, no offer of repentance. Tarn read the list, one name only, and then spoke. What followed wasn't a battle, it was annihilation. Black Shadow's internals crushed inward from the force of Tarn's voice alone. His frame shattered, his spark extinguished. It wasn't just execution, it was erasure. A message to every Decepticon watching: step out of line, and this will be your end. But Black Shadow was merely the opening act. As the list grew, so did the DJD's reach. No longer content with punishing deserters and defectors, they turned their gaze to those in the gray space. Bots like Fulcrum, who had once served the Decepticon cause but abandoned it, not for Autobot ideals, but survival. Fulcrum had been a member of a K-class suicide squad, sent on a mission that was never meant to succeed, and when the operation failed, he didn't betray the Decepticons, he simply refused to die for them, and in Tarn's eyes, that alone was treason enough. But the DJD would remember. But the DJD's most horrifying act wasn't a massacre, it was a transformation. Because sometimes, loyalty isn't tested with blood, but with silence. Unknown even to his closest allies, Tarn's unit had been compromised. Deep within the ranks of the Decepticon Justice Division, a spy was watching. Agent 113, Autobot, Scholar, Loadbearer. His real name, Dominus Ambus. Spark brother to Minimus Ambus, and Conjux Endura to Rewind. Dominus was once a respected philosopher and fierce advocate for the rights of Cybertron's most vulnerable, but war changes everything. Selected by Prowl for an infiltration mission so not even Rewind knew the truth, Dominus used his load-bearing abilities to adopt a new form and a new name, Boss of the DJD. He endured years among the monsters, participated in executions, watched comrades fall. To maintain his cover, he developed a method of passing intel, embedding data chips inside sniper rounds, fired into fallen Autobot insignias mid-battle, whispers of rebellion wrapped in shrapnel. But even shadows cast too long can be seen. Eventually, Tarn discovered the truth, and Dominus Ambus was erased. Not killed, domesticated. His mind was lobotomized, his transformation cog removed. He was locked in his Turbo Fox mode, mute, feral, enslaved. The DJD called him the Pet. Kaon kept him on a leash. They said he was a partially tamed Spark Eater, but in truth, he was a man mutilated for daring to care. Once a scholar, now a weapon. He hunted former friends on command, tore into Misfire's armor like a starving beast. But monsters aren't always born. Sometimes they're broken and disfigured, and sometimes someone volunteers to stand beside them. Nickel was a Minicon, one of the smallest Transformers in the war, but what she lacked in size, she made up for in resolve. She was the last survivor of a planetary massacre. Prion, a colony of Macronus Prime, slaughtered by the Black Bloc Consortia simply for being mechanical. When the DJD found her, she saw not cruelty, but justice. To Nickel, the Decepticons weren't just warriors, they were avengers. And Tarn was the only one who didn't look down on her. She joined the DJD not just as a medic, but as a mother, a sister, a caretaker. She tended to wounds, cleaned their weapons, scolded them for poor hygiene, and slowly became their moral compass, or so she believed. Tarn even gave her a special recording, his voice, weaponized in audio form, a gift, a token of trust. And perhaps that's why she stayed when others would have run, even when they tortured, even when they domesticated a fellow Cybertronian into a mindless beast, even when compassion was met with execution. Nickel believed they could still be better, that Tarn could still be better. And when he nearly overdosed on Nuke after learning of Megatron's defection, it was Nickel's worried face that pulled him back from the brink. But how do you save someone who doesn't want to be saved? The more she tried to anchor the team in morality, the more they drifted toward oblivion, the pet's growing sorrow, Kaon's tenderness. These weren't signs of weakness, these were signs of awakening. But in the DJD, an awakening wasn't a blessing, it was a death sentence. And Nickel saw the signs. The pet had grown quiet, less obedient, more withdrawn. Kaon, the executioner, had started spending more time by his side, tending to wounds, speaking softly, and Tarn noticed. He always noticed, but nothing was said, not yet. The DJD was on the verge of their greatest triumph. The list was nearly complete. Megatron, the traitor himself, was within reach. And if Tarn's team had doubts, the cracks were forming behind the mask of loyalty. He would deal with them in time, because Tarn wasn't leading a squad. He was conducting a finale, and the curtain was about to rise. But even monsters built on loyalty can begin to fracture. The DJD had cleansed planets, silenced dissent, and butchered their own in the name of purity. Yet, with each act of terror, the rot grew deeper, not in their victims, but within themselves. Skid's scream still echoed in Tarn's silence. The pet whimpered in the dark, a hollow shell of a life once lived, and Nickel, the smallest among them, began to see the truth behind the cause she had once called justice. But what happens when the executioners begin to feel? What happens when belief collides with betrayal? The DJD weren't just hunting traitors anymore, they were becoming them. And as the list turned toward its final, most sacred name, the Decepticon Justice Division would face the one enemy they had never prepared for, doubt. Tarn once believed the cause was bigger than any one bot, that it transcended pain, transcended betrayal, transcended even Megatron. But belief, when built on obsession, rarely ends in peace. It ends in collapse. After learning that Megatron had defected, Tarn spiraled. His mask, once a symbol of doctrine and devotion, now hid a face twisted with doubt. He returned to Mesotine. When he tried to overdose on Nuke, the combat-enhancing fuel that had long corroded his body, but even death wouldn't come. All it gave him was a dim, flickering reflection until he saw Nickel pressed against the glass, watching him fade. In her eyes, he didn't see judgment. He saw conviction. She had survived the Black Bloc Consortia. She had chosen the Decepticons after the war. To her, the cause was still righteous. And in that moment, Tarn made a choice. Not to die, but to destroy the bot who had betrayed everything he'd once inspired. To kill Megatron, Tarn turned to monsters. He brokered an alliance with Deathsaurus aboard the Warlord, offering survival in exchange for allegiance. Deathsaurus didn't trust Tarn. Not really. He even demanded Tarn kill his own team to prove his loyalty. When Tarn refused, Deathsaurus smiled. That refusal was the real proof. Tarn still believed in something. Their alliance brought war. Together, Tarn, Deathsaurus, and Overlord laid siege to the Necrobot's planet, baiting Megatron and his crew with a message broadcast from the fallen Archivist machinery. When the Lost Light arrived, they were ambushed and forced to crash, pinned down by Decepticon fire. Tarn pulled his forces back just long enough to let Megatron stew in fear, warning that they would return at sunset. The cruelty wasn't just tactical, it was personal. But even in retreat, Tarn was unraveling. Back aboard the peaceful tyranny, he showed Deathsaurus his cherished copies of Towards Peace, turning pages like relics of a faith that no longer sustained him. In a rare moment of stillness, Tarn received a message on his personal communicator from Megatron. The two met alone under the dying sun. Megatron didn't raise a weapon, he offered himself. One life in exchange for many. Tarn hesitated. This was the moment he craved, yet it felt hollow. His idol wasn't just a traitor, he was tired, a weak god. In disgust, Tarn struck him down, fist pounding metal, rage spilling like coolant, but before he could finish it, Overlord appeared. The Phase Sixer had his own vendetta and wasn't about to let Tarn take the final blow. The argument turned to violence. Blows were exchanged, egos bruised, but in the end, they relented, agreeing to share the kill. That truce lasted hours. When Tarn returned to ship, he found Kaon, the DJD executioner, devastated. The Autobots had taken their pet Spark Eater. To Kaon, this wasn't just a failure. It was grief. And Tarn answered it with a lesson. He tore Kaon's head from his shoulders, not out of malice, but out of ideology. Compassion, he told his team, was Megatron's disease. As the sun sank beneath the Necrobot's horizon, Tarn led the charge. The Empyrean's suite echoed across the battlefield, a twisted sympathy, once composed in Prima's honor, now repurposed for massacre. Deathsaurus stayed back. Tarn surged forward. He killed Ravage, and that was all Megatron needed. Like a god woken from slumber, Megatron descended onto the battlefield. His fusion cannon decimated whole squads. His presence shattered morale, and when Tarn tried to rally his troops, Megatron activated a force field and vanished within. Tarn didn't panic. He saw opportunity. He led the DJD inside, but Megatron had been planning. He had linked himself to a black hole. Every movement channeled antimatter. Every gesture a death sentence. He unleashed tendrils of it like a wrathful deity, calling each DJD member by their true name before obliterating them. Helix, Voss, Tesserus, and finally Tarn. Megatron didn't call him Tarn, he called him Glitch. In his final moments, Tarn begged, then he mocked, then he broke. Megatron didn't flinch. Everything you did was for nothing, he said, and the antimatter consumed him. Glitch, Damas, Tarn, the zealot turned traitor, the believer turned butcher, died not as a symbol of devotion, but as a monument to its collapse. His spark didn't burn out in martyrdom, it was snuffed out in silence. Tarn had planned everything, the alliance, the ambush, the kill, but when the smoke cleared, he was the one left in pieces. His god lived, his team was ash, and the only thing Tarn proved in the end was how little he understood the man he worshipped. Because Megatron didn't just survive, he refused to play the role they wrote for him, and if your faith can't survive its prophet's transformation, was it ever faith at all? Tarn's story is a cautionary tale of those who blindly devote themselves to a cause entirely without considering the ramifications of their actions. He wasn't a conqueror. He wasn't even a true leader, he was a disciple. But what happens when devotion becomes delusion? When loyalty to a cause overrides compassion for the living? Tarn's fall wasn't triggered by betrayal, it was triggered by disobedience. The moment Megatron chose peace, Tarn's belief system cracked. Because he hadn't fallen in love with Megatron the bot, he'd fallen in love with Megatron the myth. And myths don't get to change. Tarn's arc exposed the dangerous truth, that when ideology becomes identity, dissent feels like death. He silenced opposition not to strengthen Decepticons, but to preserve his own worldview. He didn't love the cause, he needed it. We see it in the real world, in the rise of radicalization, political, religious, Ideological. When people love a movement more than the people it's meant to protect, they'll justify anything, even atrocity. Tarn became a monster not because he believed in justice, but because he refused to question his version of it. Across franchises, his story resonates. Darth Vader, who slaughtered in the name of the Empire. Magneto, who sought justice for mutants through domination of humanity. And Zamasu, who judged the universe unworthy of its own survival, due to his belief that mortals were a mistake. Each believed their fall was a form of ascension. Each mistook obedience for purpose. But only Tarn sang as he burned the galaxy, because to him, every scream was a proof that the song still mattered. What makes a villain unforgettable? Is it the scope of their violence, the depth of their ideology, or the moment they leave behind? For the Decepticon Justice Division, it was all three. From their first appearance, the DJD shattered expectations of what Decepticons could be. They weren't brutish thugs or misguided soldiers. They were zealots, assassins, clerics of cruelty. Their presence rewired the audience's understanding of philosophy, not as a political rebellion, but as a belief system so dogmatic it could even turn mercy into treason. And yet, we couldn't look away. Tarn, Voss, Kaon, Helix, Tesserus. Each was meticulously designed, visually, thematically, to embody the horror of loyalty without conscience. They were beautiful in the way monsters sometimes are, precise, composed, almost sacred in their ritualized violence, and that aesthetic, combined with their terrifying moral clarity, cemented them as icons. They didn't just punish, they made punishment operatic. But here's the truth. The DJD only works in a story willing to interrogate them. And more than meets the eye, James Robert doesn't glorify them, he dissects them. Every act of brutality is counterbalanced by consequence, by grief, by betrayal, by collapse. The DJD isn't a power fantasy, they're a tragedy in slow motion, one that only lands because the narrative did to show what blind obedience costs. That's why their other appearances often fall flat. Take Cyberverse Tarn, a powerful visual, but hollow in purpose. The perfect Decepticon. He's a tank, a name, a reference, but without the ideology, without the internal rot. He's just a strong villain, not a haunting one. Because the DJD aren't just about death. They're about what death means when committed in the name of something sacred. And once the sacredness is gone, so is the power. Their legacy lingers, like a hymn echoing after the cathedral has collapsed. Not because they were cool, but because they were committed to their doctrine, to their deaths, and to a Decepticon dream that should have died long before they did. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive through one of the most terrifying creatures in Transformers history, Tarn and the Decepticon Justice Division. Tarn was the perfect follower, and that was the problem. He obeyed so fiercely, he forgot to question. He loved his leader so deeply, he forgot to love anyone else. He wasn't searching for peace, he was clinging to purpose. And when that purpose crumbled, so did he. His death wasn't a tragedy, it was a revelation, because behind the mask, behind the sermons and executions, there was no grand design. There's a lonely spark desperate to make the pain mean something. He didn't die a martyr, he died a monument to what happens when ideology becomes identity, and obedience replaces thought. But perhaps the most haunting part of Tarn's story is that he was never alone. How many others have worn the mask, sung the anthem louder to drown out their doubts, chosen conviction not out of strength, but out of fear? The Decepticon Justice Division didn't die screaming, they died believing they were righteous. Believing their God still watched, believing that somewhere Megatron still approved, and when that belief collapsed, so did everything else. In the end, Tarn wasn't a warning about villains, he was a warning about believers. Because history isn't written by those who question, it's written by those who obey. And sometimes, the obedience doesn't save the world, it burns it to ash. So stay questioning, stay fighting, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, obedience without thought isn't loyalty, it's surrender. To understand how this world fell, we need to see what it became. Because in Transformers Shattered Glass, the symbols stayed the same, the Autobot badge, the Decepticon insignia, but the sparks beneath them, twisted beyond recognition. Not every evil wears a snarl, some of it smiles, recites oaths, and tell you it's for your own good. In Transformers Shattered Glass, the heroes became the monsters. And the monsters, they became the last hope for mercy. The Autobots still fly the flag of peace, and peace is just another word for control. In the city of Iacon, banners of freedom hang over the smelting pools. Optimus Prime addresses a crowd of cheering citizens as Decepticon prisoners are dragged before him. Their crimes? Dissent, mercy, refusal to obey. Cliffjumper pleads for restraint, that killing for sport betrays everything the Autobots once stood for. Prime laughs. He hands him the weapon instead, then prove your loyalty. Do it yourself. When Cliffjumper refuses, Optimus blasts him through the chest and orders his broken body cast into the red zone. The crowd still cheers, because on this Cybertron, applause is just another form of fear. He calls it liberation, but liberation built on corpses is just genocide with better branding. Behind him stands a legion of true believers, not monsters, just soldiers who stopped asking why. They enforce curfews, they silence doubt, they hunt mercy like it's a disease. What makes this universe so unsettling. The war doesn't begin with conquest, it begins with certainty. Far beneath the ruins of Iacon, Constructicons find Cliffjumper's wrecked frame. They bring him to Megatron, the so-called tyrant of Cybertron, but this Megatron doesn't mock him, he doesn't gloat, he saves him. He orders his medics to rebuild the Autobot who once tried to kill him, and when Cliffjumper awakens, confused and afraid, Megatron says only one word, mercy. In that moment, the roles reverse. The monster becomes a healer, the rebel becomes the hope of Cybertron, and for choosing compassion over conquest, he's hunted like a criminal. Because in a world built on dogma, kindness is treason. Strip away the logos, and you're left with something terrifyingly familiar. A tyrant who believes he's saving the world, and a rebel condemned for choosing mercy. Because when belief loses empathy, it doesn't create heroes, it breeds monsters who smile while they kill. Tyrants don't rise alone, they rise on silence, on soldiers who follow orders, on citizens who look away, and yet not everyone did. Because even in a world that's broken, some sparks still burn too bright to be swallowed by darkness. They weren't saints, they weren't saviors, they were traitors, liars, cowards. At least, the history books called them. But sometimes, betrayal was the last honest act. Sometimes, the only way to stay loyal is to walk away. This is the story of those who chose differently and paid the price. In a world where tyranny wears a smile and heroism hides behind a red badge, doing the right thing meant losing everything. For some, it meant exile. For others, death. And for a rare few, it meant living long enough to watch their virtues twisted into weapons. Jetfire wasn't born a traitor. He was forged as an Autobot, raised on propaganda and purpose. He believed in Megatron, not just the leader, but the idea. Order, unity, peace through tyranny. But what happens when you see the truth behind the cause? Jetfire saw it in the sparkless eyes of prisoners, and the unmarked graves of the innocents, and the silence of those too afraid to speak. And so, he chose to defect, not to save himself, but to preserve the last piece of himself that still believed in honor. He didn't betray his cause, he betrayed his comfort. In Shattered Glass, that choice made him a pariah, yet it made him something more. The first crack in a war machine built on obedience. Soundwave should have been the weapon, a master of surveillance, a manipulator of minds. Instead, he chose rebellion, not with blasters, but with truth. He broadcast the atrocities of the Autobots. He documented their lies. He became a living archive of everything Optimus Prime wanted buried, and that made him dangerous. Because Soundwave understood something the Autobots never did. You can silence a soldier, but a signal that can echo across time. In most timelines, Soundwave is a loyalist, but here, he became the voice of the voiceless. And then there's Starscream, always ambitious, always scheming, a name synonymous with betrayal, but in Shattered Glass, he was different. He followed Megatron not for power, but for principle. He believed in the Decepticon cause, he fought for justice, for peace, and he died for it, not in glory, not in ceremony, but in obscurity. Because in a world that rewards monsters, a loyal heart is invisible. Starscream's death mattered because no one remembered it. And that's what makes it tragic. What ties these stories together, each character could have followed the script, played the role carved out for them by fate and faction, but they didn't. They chose conscience, they chose resistance, they chose pain, and in doing so, they gave up everything. Jetfire lost his name, Ratchet lost his hope, Soundwave lost his freedom, Starscream lost his legacy, but they didn't lose themselves. In Shattered Glass, morality isn't a default, it's a decision. One you remake every time it hurts to do so. These aren't redemption arcs, they're sacrifices. Because you don't have to be the villain they made you, but it will cost you everything, and that's what makes it matter. Before we close the file on this fractured reflection of Cybertron, make sure to follow or subscribe to Disassembled Heroes and Villains on your favorite podcast app. Every week we explore the monsters, martyrs, and myth makers who shape pop culture, and what their stories reveal about us. Next week, Disassembled Heroes and Villains returns to confront a force beyond good and evil, a devourer of worlds, a god born from entropy, the end of Cybertron's beginning, we face the cosmic terror known as Unicron. And if you want to help choose the next character we dissect, be sure to vote in the Handsome Comics YouTube community poll every Wednesday. Now back to the Resistance, and the traitors who chose to save a world not worth saving. For every spark that resisted, there were those who refused to see the truth, not because they were blind, but because they needed the lie. Because if mercy is treason, then cruelty must be justice. That's the paradox at the heart of Shattered Glass. The Autobots didn't conquer for conquest, they did it for peace. For order, for the future. At least, that's what they told themselves. And so they smiled for the cameras, they raised their flags, and they silenced the voices that dared to ask, at what cost? But now, we turn to the leaders who wore the mask of virtue, while poisoning the world beneath it. Every villain is the hero of their own story, but what happens when the story becomes law? When the flags, the speeches, the smiling faces are all a part of the same machine. In Shattered Glass, the Autobots aren't monsters in the shadows, they're leaders, icons, celebrities, and at the center of it all is Optimus Prime. He wasn't always a tyrant. He started as a soldier, a librarian turned warrior who rose through the ranks on fire and rhetoric. He said all the right things: peace, unity, order. But his vision of peace meant obedience. His unity required submission, and order was just control with better branding. Optimus didn't conquer Cybertron with brute force alone, he conquered it with narrative. He called it liberation, he called himself a savior. What do you call it when cities burn in your name, when dissent is outlawed? When children are taught that silence is safety, you call it a regime. Optimus believed in what he built, and that's what makes him terrifying. Because when you believe you're saving the world, there's no limit to what you'll destroy to protect that belief. Every rebellion, terrorism. Every defector, traitor. Every innocent in the crossfire, a necessary sacrifice. And when the cracks began to show, he didn't change course, he doubled down. He leaned on Goldbug, his golden protege, his weaponized PR machine. If Optimus was the face of the regime, Goldbug was the terrifying smile. Sharp, brutal behind closed doors, Goldbug didn't lead armies, he shaped perception. When Optimus executed Cliffjumper, Goldbug called it necessary justice. When refugees fled to Decepticon territory, he called them enemy collaborators. He turned war crimes into policy, he turned executions into warnings, and he turned the Autobots into gods. Not because he believed in justice, but because he believed in power. Goldbug understood the secret Optimus couldn't admit. The Autobot regime didn't run on Energon, it ran on fear. Fear of the Decepticons, fear of difference, fear of what might happen if anyone thought for themselves. So they built monuments, held parades, broadcast every victory on every channel, and beneath the applause, they crushed anyone who didn't clap loud enough. In Shattered Glass, propaganda isn't just a tool, it's a drug. It numbs the conscience, rewrites the past, convinces good bots they're still the heroes, even as their hands drip with energon, and that is the tragedy. Optimus Prime didn't think he was the villain. He thought he was saving Cybertron. Goldbug didn't see a dictatorship, he saw destiny. But power, true power, doesn't reveal who you are. It amplifies what you already believe, and when belief rots, it poisons everything. So while Jetfire fought for honor, while Soundwave broadcast the truth, while Starscream died for loyalty, Optimus marched forward draped in banners, and Goldbug smiled, and the war machine kept turning. Because in this twisted reflection of the Transformers mythos, the scariest monsters aren't the ones who knew they're evil, they're the ones who think they're righteous, they're the ones who look in the mirror and still see a hero. Shattered Glass was never just about flipping heroes into villains, it was about stripping away the excuses, because when you invert a world, you reveal what was always hidden beneath it. So the question isn't how they changed, the question is, what would you become in their place? What happens when the system rewards cruelty, when speaking the truth costs you everything, when following orders means burying your conscience? What part of you survives in that mirror? And that's the real power of Shattered Glass, not the color swaps, not the faction logos, but the reflection. A reminder that evil isn't always loud, it's not always monstrous. Sometimes it looks like us, thinks like us, believes just as fiercely, because evil doesn't come from inversion, it comes from conviction, without compassion, and that's what we'll face next. We've seen what Shattered Glass did to Cybertron, how symbols were twisted, how heroes become tyrants, how villains become martyrs. But this universe was never about them. It was always about us. Because this isn't just a story about a mirror, it's a test. What version of you would stare back? Would you follow orders to protect your status? Would you justify cruelty in the name of peace? Would you betray a friend if the system called it loyalty? In the world of Shattered Glass, no one thinks they're the villain. Optimus thinks fear is a fair price for order. Even Ratchet, twisted by bitterness, tells himself he's preventing greater suffering, and maybe, in their minds, they are. But that's what makes them terrifying, because true evil doesn't wear a monstrous face. It wears a smile, it wears a uniform, it wears your beliefs, just taken too far. What separates the original continuity from its mirror isn't just alignment, it's compassion. In the main timeline, Optimus leads with principle, but it's tempered by mercy. Megatron, for all his rage, believes he's freeing his people, but in Shattered Glass, those virtues become poison. Conviction without empathy, justice without forgiveness, order without freedom. These aren't inversions. They're reflections sharpened to a blade's edge. And if you ever felt righteous fury, if you ever looked at injustice and thought someone should do something, if you ever wanted to crush what's broken so something better can rise, then you've already heard the whisper of the world. That's what makes Shattered Glass so powerful and so uncomfortable. Because it doesn't ask, what if the good guys were bad? It asks, what if you were? And that's the truth behind the fiction. Every ideology, every belief, every noble mission is one step away from tyranny if you forget who gets trampled. The Autobots of Shattered Glass didn't fall because they wanted to destroy. They fell because they wanted to fix the world, and forgot that the world is made of people. And so when you look into the mirror, when you see your own ideal staring back, ask yourself, will you recognize the person staring back? Or will they call you a hero while you become something else entirely? Because in the end, the most dangerous villains are the ones who believe they're saving you, the ones who smile while they silence you, the ones who call it peace. They were built to fight, programmed to obey, destined to destroy. But some of them, Jetfire, Starscream, Soundwave, chose to be something else. Because being a hero isn't about who you serve, it's about what you refuse to become. That's the lesson buried beneath the rubble of Shattered Glass. Optimus Prime thought he was saving Cybertron. Goldbug thought he was keeping order. Ratchet thought he was protecting lives. But belief without compassion turns conviction into cruelty, and when the war ended, if it ever truly did, no one could tell the heroes from the villains, because the colors changed. The insignias reversed, but the lies stayed the same. Every soldier who fought in the mirror universe faced the same question. What do you do when the side you're fighting for stops standing for you? Jetfire walked away. Ratchet broke under the weight of what he'd lost. Soundwave turned rebellion into a voice the world could no longer silence. Starscream died for a cause no one remembered. None of them were saints, but they were something rarer. They were honest. And maybe that's the quiet truth of Shattered Glass. It's not a story about evil Autobots or noble Decepticons. It's a story about choice, about conscience, about what happens when power demands your silence and you speak anyway. Because being a hero isn't destiny. It's not something written in code or carved into metal. It's a decision, one made in the dark, when no one is watching, when no one will ever know. The Autobots of this world built monuments to peace, but the real heroes were buried in the ashes beneath them. Megatron, who chose mercy over vengeance. Jetfire, who chose conscience over command. Soundwave, who chose truth over survival. And Starscream, who chose to die believing that freedom was worth the price. They remind us that morality isn't inherited, it's earned every single day. Because no one wakes up a tyrant, no one sets out to become a monster. They just stop questioning what they believe and start demanding everyone else believes it too. So before you walk away from this world of shattered reflections, ask yourself, if the world told you that you were the hero, would you ever stop to ask why? And if your reflection ever smiled back at you, would you recognize the person staring back? Because maybe the scariest thing about a mirror universe is how much of yourself you see in it. So stay brave, stay grounded, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, even in a world built on lies, the truth still chooses who it saves. We've seen Megatron reborn in many forms. A warlord, a gladiator, a revolutionary, a tyrant. But none are as fractured as Galvatron, because Galvatron isn't just a new name. He's a rupture, a break in the mind, a resurrection that left the body standing, but the soul left behind. So let's go back. Back to the moment it all changed. To the broken husk drifting through space. To the voice of a god who promised new purpose. to the forging of something stronger, yet infinitely more unstable. Let's follow the sparks to where the madness began. Galvatron was born in fire, not the kind that purifies, but the kind that consumes. In Transformers the movie, we watched Megatron, a warrior king brought to his knees, drifting lifelessly through space. His armor broken, his pride shattered. It should have been the end, but death, it seems, had other plans. From the void came Unicron, a planet-sized god of annihilation. The Chaos Bringer offered Megatron a Faustian bargain laced with unbreakable terms. A new body, a new army, a second chance. But what did it cost? Megatron was forged in molten metal, his name stripped, his form enhanced. His voice deepened. What emerged was Galvatron, a being more powerful than ever before, but no longer whole. The others, Skywarp, Thundercracker, and wounded Decepticons, were forcibly reborn alongside him, but only Galvatron spoke with Unicron's voice echoing inside his skull, and that voice would never go silent. Galvatron's first act as this new creature was unforgettable. He didn't rally his troops. He didn't mourn the fallen. He didn't even hesitate. He obliterated Starscream in a single, savage blast. Starscream's long-awaited coronation lasted seconds. His throne turned to ash beneath his feet. And as Galvatron's foot crushed the remnants of the crown, he declared, "Coronation, Starscream, this is bad comedy." To the audience, it was triumphant, cathartic. The betrayal repaid, the usurper punished. But beneath the spectacle, something was wrong. Starscream's death wasn't a moment of justice. It was a signal flare. Galvatron didn't punish a traitor. He annihilated a symbol of the Decepticons long before the coming of a god. Not just a rebellion, but of a memory, of a world before Unicron. He wasn't merely reclaiming power. He was erasing anyone who reminded him of who he had been. And he didn't reclaim leadership. He seized it, violently. Immediately, and without the charisma or cunning that once defined Megatron. There was no strategy, no Decepticon code, just rage, just impulse. It was the first sign that something in him had broken, and that whatever survived Unicron's crucible wasn't the same warrior who once terrified Optimus Prime. Because Megatron, for all his brutality, understood the power of patience. He weaponized fear not just with strength, but through calculation. He could manipulate, negotiate, even inspire, because he believed in something. Galvatron, by contrast, believed in nothing. He didn't lead the Decepticons, he loomed over them like a storm. In the episodes that follow, his brilliance faded into madness. He lashed out at subordinates. He attacked Autobot strongholds with reckless abandon, not for victory, but for vengeance. And worse still, he heard voices. Even when Unicron's body was destroyed by the Matrix, Galvatron wasn't freed, he was shattered. The ghost of his master lingered, and with it, the madness deepened. In the arc, 5 Faces of Darkness, Galvatron speaks to Unicron's ghost after the Titan was shattered. The voice is gone, but the damage remains. He's not haunted by guilt, he's tormented by programming, by memory, by the whisper of a master that still claws at the edge of his mind. He's a weapon without a wielder, a tyrant with no ideology, power without purpose. By Webworld, even his own troops become desperate. Cyclonus, ever loyal, drags his leader to an alien psychology center. There, Galvatron tears through therapists and counselors alike, not to escape, but because he cannot stop fighting. Even in peace, he still hears war, and you can see it. Galvatron's animation even becomes more erratic, his movements sharper, his optics flaring with unnatural intensity. The once cold commander now thrashes like something is trapped. Even the colors feel more saturated, more unhinged. His design doesn't evolve, it deteriorates. The contrast is striking. Megatron led with strategy and ambition. Galvatron is a blunt instrument, swinging wildly at ghosts. His Decepticons don't follow him because they believe. They follow him because they fear him. Even Cyclonus, his most devoted follower, spends entire episodes trying to tether Galvatron to reality, to pull him back from the brink. His loyalty becomes a kind of tragedy, a man clinging to the ashes of someone who once stood for something. But how do you reason with a fire that's already burning out of control? This isn't just a descent, it's a warning to those who rebuilt from the brink of death. Because Galvatron didn't lose because he was outgunned. He lost because he was lost. To paranoia, to fury, to the echo of a god that made him stronger and left him broken. What makes this arc so tragic is that Galvatron survived the fire. He clawed his way back from the edge of death. He was given a second chance most characters would kill for, but in doing so, he lost the only thing that kept him centered. His purpose. Not domination, not conquest, but vision. Megatron always had a reason, whether political personal, or primal. But Galvatron, he only had the voice of Unicron and the sound of his own mind cracking. He's a revenant, a ghost of war still trying to fight battles that have long since ended, and in the process, he became a tyrant no one, not the Autobots, not his own troops, could trust. Because power without purpose doesn't make you stronger, it hollows you. Until the fire that kept you alive starts eating you from the inside. He's not just the evolution of Megatron, he's the consequence of signing a pact with the devil. Because while you can survive the fire, if your purpose dies in it, you'll be tortured by the flame. From a mind lost to madness, to a future lost in time, Galvatron's fire should have burned itself out. But in Marvel Comics, that fire didn't die, it fractured. It leapt across timelines, split into echoes, and infected entire realities. Because Galvatron isn't just broken, he's time lost. A tyrant dragged from the future into the present, not to prevent disaster, but to cause it. No longer shackled to Unicron, this version wages war not just against the Autobots, but on fate itself. He doesn't want to survive the future, he wants to rewrite it. But what happens when a ghost tries to rewrite the script that made him a monster? Let's follow the cracks through the Marvel timeline. Galvatron didn't just survive the fire, he survived time. In the Marvel Transformers continuity, particularly the UK series by Simon Furman, Galvatron's madness takes a new shape. Here, he's not just a broken warlord, he's a time traveler. A tyrant untethered from the present, cursed to rewrite a future he no longer understands. It begins with Galvatron 1, a version pulled from the future of the 2006 movie timeline and hurled into the then present day of the comic setting. But he doesn't come back to heal history, he comes back to rule it. Not as Megatron reborn, but as Galvatron unleashed. This Galvatron isn't content to become a puppet of fate. He sees the present as a battlefield where he can change what's to come, bend the future to his will. He manipulates Shockwave, he battles Megatron, he even attempts to harness Autobot leader Ultra Magnus as a pawn in his scheme. Every move he makes is an attempt to sever himself from the destiny that haunts him, but there's a paradox in that pursuit. Galvatron doesn't just fight his enemies, he fights time itself, and every action he takes to prevent the future only solidifies it. The more he tries to dominate the timeline, the more he becomes a prisoner of it. Even the Autobots and Decepticons he confronts treat him like a myth, an impossible anomaly. He speaks of events no one else has seen, wars that haven't happened, betrayals yet to come. In trying to conquer time, Galvatron becomes increasingly isolated from it. No one believes him, no one trusts him, and yet, he cannot stop pushing against a future only he remembers. He is a leader with no army, a prophet with no followers, and a god with no worshippers. But the tragedy of Marvel's Galvatron doesn't stop there, because Galvatron 1 isn't the only time-lost version. Galvatron 2 emerges as something far stranger, a twisted, alternate future version of Megatron created through the time displacement and reality warping during events surrounding the Time Wars and G2 storylines. He's not the same Galvatron who fought Ultra Magnus. He's a new fracture, a mirror image formed from a universe where the war followed a different path. And yet, he ends up just like the first, alone, unstable, and cursed by fate. Galvatron 2 arrives in the present not as a conqueror, but as a reminder that time travel doesn't save anyone, that power brought from the future only poisons the past. Like his predecessor, he seeks to avoid Unicron's looming shadow. He wants to sidestep destiny, conquer his fear, and kill his god. But even with all his strength, he fails. Because Galvatron, in all his forms, is not the master of timelines. He is their victim. And when he lashes out against heroes, against fate, against himself, what he's truly fighting is the unbearable truth that no matter how many times he rewrites the story, he always ends up the villain. That's the core tragedy of Marvel's Galvatron. He has the fire, he has the foresight, he even has the second chance, but he has no anchor, no Megatron to return to, no future he can trust, no cause left to believe in. And so, he becomes something else entirely, a force of nature that cannot be reasoned with, a mad tyrant caught between timelines, slowly unraveling under the weight of memories that no one else shares. In the Target 2006 arc, we see Galvatron claim that by reshaping the timeline, he will save Cybertron, that he will free himself from the mistakes of his past. But by the end, it becomes clear. Galvatron's greatest delusion isn't that he thinks he can conquer the timeline, it's that he believes he can outrun who he truly is. No matter how far back he travels, or how violently he tries to remake the present, he is still Galvatron, still the echo of a broken Megatron, still the byproduct of Unicron's corruption and his own need for control. And so his story, across both Galvatron 1 and 2, becomes a spiral, a recursive collapse. Two tyrants from two different futures trying to manipulate their way out of hell and finding only deeper levels of torment. It's not time travel that damns them. It's the reason for it. They don't want to learn from the future, they want to erase it. But the more they run from what they've become, the more they prove that it's already too late. Because survival isn't just about escaping death, it's about facing who you were and who you might become. And Galvatron, he survives again and again, across timelines and shattered realities. But each version grows more unhinged, more unmoored, more desperate to avoid the fate that made him, until all that remains is a tyrant with no timeline left to rule, because you can survive the timeline, but not the consequences. Galvatron tried to conquer time and failed, but what if survival comes not from time, but from endless war? In the IDW continuity, Galvatron isn't a twisted echo of the future. He's a remnant of the past, a warrior born in an age where gods still bled and Cybertron has yet to fracture. But when the war ends and peace takes root, what becomes of a ghost only forged by violence? Before we continue our descent into Galvatron, make sure to follow and subscribe on your favorite podcast app. Disassembled Heroes and Villains dives deep into the icons and monsters who shape pop culture. And next week, we face something older than fear. A warrior forged in hellfire. A mortal-made weapon. He doesn't speak. He doesn't stop. He only rips and tears until it's done. Next week, we unleash the Doomslayer of the Doom franchise. Now, back to Galvatron, and the tyrant who survived everything except himself. He was born from a darker age, one that predates the rise of Optimus Prime, the Decepticons, or even the Great War itself. He is ancient, brutal, a warlord who fought in the first Cybertronian civil war alongside Nova Prime. Long before the rise of Autobot and Decepticon banners, a conqueror forged in blood, conquest, and the dream of a pure Cybertron. Nova Prime's regime promised expansion. Galvatron delivered it through annihilation. He believed in that dream, and purging weakness, and the divine right of Cybertronians to rule the galaxy with cold logic and iron fist. Nova's rhetoric became doctrine. Galvatron turned it into genocide. But when Nova Prime vanished into the dead universe, taking his crusade and his most loyal general with him, the dream didn't evolve. It decayed, and when Galvatron returned millions of years later, it wasn't as a king, it was as a ghost. A revenant of a forgotten age, wielding strength untempered by wisdom. His body had endured, but his purpose had not. In the modern age, Galvatron reemerges to a world that no longer needs him. The Decepticons already have a leader. The Autobots have won 1,000 wars. The chaos he once thrived in has given way to diplomacy, reconstruction, an uneasy pace, and he hates it. Galvatron fights because he believes in a cause, but because belief itself is alien to him. Where others fight for freedom or tyranny or balance, Galvatron fights for motion, for impact, because stillness feels like death. He clashes with Cyclonus, whose haunting melancholy reflects the pain of survival. He attempts to dominate RC, unable to grasp that this warrior isn't some fragile relic of the old guard, but something stronger, more evolved. He allies with Scourge and the Sweeps, specters of a bygone terror, desperate to matter again. He even claims a Decepticon mantle, but he never earns it, because he doesn't inspire, he intimidates. He commands loyalty, not fear, and fear fades. In Dark Cybertron, Galvatron becomes a pawn of the dead universe. The very realm that once granted him twisted immortality now seeks to consume him. He tries to turn entropy into a weapon, believing that if he cannot rule Cybertron, he will unmake it instead. But entropy doesn't obey, it devours. Even as he strikes down ancient enemies and crosses swords with the greatest warriors of his age, becomes less a tyrant and more a symptom, a glitch in history that refuses to resolve. During the Combiner Wars and the All-Hail Optimus arcs, he seizes control of Earth, not as a liberator, but as a conqueror who mistakes brutality for strength. He does not see a fragile species struggling to rise. He sees an enemy to be crushed beneath Cybertronian dominance. But Earth resists. Its people resist. Even Soundwave, one of the last true Decepticons, an icon of loyalty and vision, abandons him, because Galvatron's war is not a revolution, it's a regression. He sees pieces of betrayal, a united Cybertron as a weakness. Where others look to build, Galvatron sees only softness to be burned away. And when his last rampage comes, it isn't to redeem an old cause, it's because he can't imagine being anything else. He is war without purpose, power without direction, a sword that never learned how to be sheathed. And so, Optimus Prime kills him, not in war, not in triumph, but in mercy, because Galvatron isn't a villain to be stopped. He's an old, rabid dog, too far gone to be saved. And with that, Galvatron ends, not with a prophecy, not with fire, but with silence. That's the tragedy of IDW's Galvatron. He outlives the world that forged him. He survives the dead universe. He cheats death and defies entropy, but there's no place left for what he represents. Much like the version seen in other worlds, he becomes power without place, purpose without meaning. You can survive the abyss. You can survive the death of your ideology, but once the war ends, what's left of the soldier who embodied the war? Galvatron endured the pain, and that led to the saddest ending of them all. Because you can outlive your enemies. You can even outlive your gods, but by outliving your era and refusing to adapt, you can outlive your purpose, and that becomes a fate worse than death. When the battle ends and the flags fall and the names fade, who remembers the ghost? Who mourns the weapon? Who fears the warlord who has nothing left to fight for? No one. Because Galvatron didn't fall in battle, he was eroded away by the sands of time, slowly, painfully, until the universe forgot what he was fighting for. But Galvatron's tragedy doesn't end in IDW. It echoes across time, across space, across fractured timelines and dying stars. There are other Galvatrons, born from desperation, shaped by war, transformed by forces they could never control. Some rise from the ashes of Megatron's corpse, others claw their way out of death itself. A few are reborn by human hands, stitched together by science and hubris. But no matter the origin, the end is always the same. They survive, they evolve, and slowly, inevitably, they decay. Galvatron survives, not just in memory, not just in legend, but across timelines, across universes, a multiversal echo, each one more twisted than the last. Each Galvatron a reflection of the same truth. When survival becomes obsession, identity becomes a prison. In Beast Wars 2, Galvatron is no longer a mad prophet or corrupted scientist. He is cold, tactical, controlled, a calculating warlord who leads the Predacons with sharp precision and ruthless ambition. But beneath the command, isolation festers. His Galvatron is not revered, he is feared, even by his most loyal warriors. He seeks power not as a means to an end, but as a balm for a gnawing emptiness. His desire to harness Okomoi's energy, the life essence of planets, is not just for conquest, it's to fill the void. He grows more erratic, more volatile. Power becomes addiction, until finally, it consumes him, not in fire, not in glory, but in silence. A tyrant outlived by the beast he tried to master. But if Beast Wars 2 iteration of Galvatron showed us the cost of control without connection, then the incarnation in Robots in Disguise reveals what happens when desperation becomes transformation. In RID, Galvatron is born not from the ancient legend, from a final act of desperation. Megatron is already fractured, mad, paranoid, but when defeat looms, he pushes further, transforming into Galvatron through sheer force of will, a mutation, a survival mechanism, a last-ditch evolution against irrelevance. This Galvatron isn't ascending, he's unraveling. The more he changes, the less he becomes. Not a legacy, but a malfunction. There's no ideology, no vision, no future. Just escalation, until even his enemies no longer see a conqueror, just a virus that must be purged. And from that downward spiral, we descend further still, into the Galvatron of the Unicron trilogy, where survival twists not into evolution, but into delusion. In Armada, Energon, and Cybertron, Galvatron's legacy fractures again, this time into madness. At first, he is simply Megatron reborn, but each resurrection pushes him further from sanity. He begins to believe in destiny, in divinity, in his own myth. By Energon, Galvatron willingly surrenders himself to Unicron, hoping to transcend limitation, become something more than a machine, more than mortal. He succeeds, and then fails. For with each power-up, each new form, each cosmic revelation, Galvatron loses himself. By Cybertron, he's no longer Megatron. He's barely Galvatron. He's a screaming storm of ego and madness, desperate to matter in a universe that has already passed him by. He does not ascend, he spirals, until the only thing left is noise. But there is still one final echo, one final Galvatron, not a spark or soul, but of man-made circuitry and code. In Age of Extinction, Galvatron is not born. He is built, constructed by humans, reverse engineered from Megatron's remains, and powered by artificial intelligence. He is Galvatron in name only, a Frankenstein's monster made of algorithms and ambition. But inside him, Megatron's spark lingers. He manipulates his creators, subverts their programming, reclaims his form in secret. But what emerges is not the Decepticon warlord of old. It is something colder, detached, dispassionate, robotic, and more than just body. Galvatron's rebirth in this world is not triumphant, it's hollow. A machine wearing the corpse of a tyrant, pretending to be something greater. He is not feared. He is not followed. He is not mourned. And so, across every continuity, we see the same pattern: strength without soul, survival without evolution. These Galvatrons come from different origins. Some mythical, some mechanical, some fueled by ambition, others by desperation. But none of them return. Not really. Each Galvatron is a warning that survival without purpose is just decay in slow motion. That power without self-awareness always consumes. That resurrection without reflection is just another word for damnation. They cling to life not because they have hope, but because they cannot imagine letting go. They grasp at thrones long crumbled, chase wars long ended, and scream their names into a universe that no longer listens. And that is their shared fate. Not defeat, obsolescence. Across every world, Galvatron endures, but it's never really him. Not the warrior, not the prophet, not even the tyrant, just the echo. He clings to power but loses self. He escapes death but becomes hollow. And in every continuity, his story ends the same way. Not with a bang, not with glory, but with a whisper. Forgotten, fragmented, alone. Because when you rebuild the body but leave the soul behind, what's left? There are no empires left to conquer, no enemies left to kill, only questions. What did survival cost him? What does it cost? And what happens when the rage that once kept you alive becomes the very thing that erases you? You can survive anything. War, betrayal, oblivion. You can rise from the ashes, rebuild your body, and scream your name into eternity. But that doesn't mean you come back. Not really. Galvatron survives more than most. Across timelines, across war, across identities. But with each return, something is missing. Not strength, not cunning, but self. Because survival by itself is not healing. It's a reflex, a hunger, a need to keep going, even when there's nothing left to return to. He chased power like it was purpose, convinced that if he became strong enough, vast enough, eternal enough, the pain would disappear, the past would stay buried, the future would finally submit. But without clarity, ambition collapses in on itself. The louder he screamed, the more universes moved on without him. The more he fought to matter, the more irrelevant he became. And in that emptiness, the madness bloomed. He ruled from the shadows, barked orders no one believed in, led armies that feared him more than followed him. He tried to force connection through fear, through dominance, but all that did was deepen the silence. Isolation twisted him, and the further he spiraled, the more he tried to erase the past, like it was a virus in his code. He wouldn't mourn what he lost. He wouldn't grieve what he became, wouldn't admit what he gave up. Instead, he remade himself again and again. Megatron, Galvatron, something else, anything else. But when you look back, you don't move forward, you just loop. Every transformation, another escape. Every resurrection, another mask. Every war, another echo, until even his enemies couldn't tell if they were fighting a tyrant or a glitch in the timeline. He thought the monster was something he might become, but it was always inside him. The rage, the ego, the fear of being forgotten. Galvatron wasn't corrupted by power, he was exposed by it, and that's why he never truly returns. Because the part of him that could return, the clarity, the conscience, the soul, is long gone, burned out in the chase, starved by isolation, drowned in noise. This is the tragedy of Galvatron. Not that he lost, but that he kept going and lost everything else. So what do we take from this? That endurance isn't always strength. That the thing that keeps you alive in war can kill you in peace. That refusing to let go of the past doesn't make you powerful. It corrodes everything that comes after. That the longer you run from yourself, the more you become the very thing you swore to destroy. We all know that kind of hunger. To fix the past by dominating the future. To outrun the pain by making yourself unbreakable. But if there's no purpose behind the power, no reflection behind the rage, you don't evolve. You decay. Galvatron isn't just a villain. He's a warning that it's possible to survive everything and still leave nothing behind but a shadow. Thank you for walking with us through the torment, triumph, and tragedy of Galvatron. Across the multiverse, he survives. Death, through time, through the very unraveling of history itself. But for all his power, for all his transformations, Galvatron was never reborn, because resurrection without reflection is just persistence without purpose. He wasn't a phoenix, he was a revenant, dragged from the fire again and again, but never allowed to heal, never allowed to change. The wars ended, the factions crumbled, even the legends faded, but Galvatron, he kept fighting, kept clawing his way through the timelines that no longer wanted him, chasing purpose in a future that had moved on. With every return, he lost something deeper. Not his body, not his mind, but the soul that once believed that survival meant something. In the end, he didn't escape death. He became what it left behind. A ghost in the armor of a king, a scream without a mouth, a monument to everything rage can destroy when it refuses to let go. And that's why Galvatron haunts us, because we all walk through the fire. We all carry pain, burned bridges, broken versions of ourselves. And sometimes, we convince ourselves that surviving is enough, that if we just keep pushing, keep building, keep dominating, the damage won't catch up. But survival isn't healing, it's the start of a question. Who are you now? Because what walks out of the fire, that part is still yours to choose. Galvatron chose to become the wound, to wear it like a crown, to turn his fear of being forgotten into a destiny that no one would want to remember. He could have changed, could have paused, could have asked why, but instead, he roared, and the universe moved on. So remember, you can survive anything, but if you don't know who you are when the fire fades, you'll burn everything just to feel alive. So stay reflective, stay aware, and as always, stay handsome. And remember, you don't escape your demons by becoming stronger. You escape them by becoming whole.